Chapter 263. Tai, the poor way of the past made me lose face. Today, the poor way will give you retribution. Your Golden Crow clan will have no descendants. After De Feng left, Taoist Xuanti's figure slowly appeared in the void. When he received Xuanti to become a saint, it should have been the most glorious moment of his life. However, they were humiliated by Donghuang Tai and achieved his supreme reputation. He was completely reduced to the background. At that time, Taoist Xuanti secretly swore to give Donghuang Tai retribution. Now retribution had come. In this world, what was more painful than the tragic death of one's family and the destruction of one's life's efforts? Kill the Golden Crows and destroy the demon race. This was what Xuanti did. Above the East Sea, a golden rainbow flew away. Wherever it passed, the seawater evaporated, and the aquatic creatures turned into ashes. It was unknown how many people it had killed. However, the golden rainbow was too fast. When the mighty figures of the East Sea looked over, it had already disappeared. In the human clan's ancestral hall, Feng Zichen, who was refining the human Dao imperial court, suddenly had an ominous premonition. It became more and more intense, waking him up. What happened? From this premonition, Feng Zichen vaguely sensed that something big was going to happen in the primordial world. Its influence was far beyond imagination. Yes, it's the Golden Crows. The 10 Golden Crows are traveling in the primordial world. Is the great shaman demon war about to begin? Separating a strand of divine thought, Feng Zichen looked outside. What he saw was a golden rainbow flying over. With his eyesight, how could he not recognize the origin of the golden rainbow? It was the 10 Golden Crows, the sons of the Celestial Emperor. The 10 of them are really Dijun's good sons. Looking at the 10 Golden Crows flying over, Feng Zichen sighed. Although the shamans and demons had a deep grudge, after so many years of fighting, they gradually reached a balance. The demons controlled the sky, and the shamans controlled the earth. The two races lived in peace for a long time, and the primordial world ushered in a long time of peace. However, the 10 Golden Crows destroyed this great situation. This completely ignited the hatred between the shamans and demons, leading to an unprecedented war between the two races. That is the Second World War of the Liches, the final battle of the Liches. It could be said that the 10 Golden Crows traveling to the primordial world was the fuse for everything. Everything happened because of this. The exciting years of ups and downs in the future were also pulled open because of this. At this moment, looking at the 10 Golden Crows, Feng Zichen could not help but feel as if he was witnessing history, and his heart was indescribably excited. Not good humans. Suddenly, Feng Zichen thought of something and could not help but cry out. He no longer cared about refining the royal court, and left the ancestral shrine with a flash. Wherever the Golden Crow passed, the power of the Grand Sun True Fire would be unleashed and wreak havoc, causing the earth to be scorched and the rivers to dry up. What would happen if they were to pass by the human race? Although the East Sea was protected by Nuwa's enchantment, there was no need to worry about the Grand Sun primordial fire. However, the human cities outside the ancestral land did not have such good treatment. If they were unlucky and happened to be in the path of the Golden Crow, they would probably be burned to ashes by the Grand Sun True Fire in an instant. 5 Emperor's Canopy. Outside the ancestral land, Feng Zichen's mind moved, and the 5 chi in his body surged and flew out of his body, forming a huge 5-colored canopy in the air. This time, the Emperor shadows imprinted on the 5 Emperor's canopy were no longer the 5 elements sacred beasts, but the 5 elements demon gods, the 5 chaos demon gods. Therefore, as soon as the 5 Emperor's canopy appeared, it connected to the connate 5 elements Tao. No, not connected, but requisitioned. As the 5 elements demon god roared, he actually forcibly requisitioned the power of the connate 5 elements Tao, pulling it out from the underworld and circling it around his body. This was the first time Feng Zichen used the 5 Emperor's great mystique after confirming Dao Yuo Jinxian's Tao. He did not expect that after not using it for a long time, the 5 Emperor's great mystique would transform to such an extent. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a great Dao mystique. At this moment, the 5 Emperor's canopy was the Tao, the connate 5 elements Tao. Under the powerful power of the 5 elements demon god, It temporarily replaced the existence of the Khanate five elements Tao. It was clearly in front of Feng Zichen, but it was omnipresent. This was the magic of the Khanate Tao. It was compatible with the origin of heaven and earth, and it was omnipresent in the primordial world. The moment the five emperors' canopy replaced the Khanate five elements Tao, almost at the same time, the figures of the five emperors' canopy appeared in the sky above all the cities and tribes of the human race. Streams of five elemental chi descended, protecting them within. In the sky above the East Sea, 10 golden crows passed by with long golden tails. Specks of golden light floated down from the sky and fell to the ground. That was the true sunfire. Every speck could burn a Tai Jingxian to death. It was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, the East Sea was protected by the barrier set up by Nuwa. Before the true sunfire could fall, it was destroyed by Nuwa's barrier in midair. Otherwise, the human race would have suffered great losses. The other territories of the human race were protected by the five emperors' canopy, so they did not need to worry about the true sunfire. All the humans outside listened to my order. From now on, rush back to the ancestral land. No mistakes. Seeing the 10 golden crows leave, Feng Zichen gave the order. Next would be the fall of the golden crows and the war between the liches and the demons. That was a war that would affect the entire primordial world. If they stayed outside, wouldn't they be courting death? The 10 golden crows flew all the way, completely ignoring the lives of the people on the way. Their rationality was blinded by anger, and there was only one thought in their mind. Kill all the sorcerer tribe. Kill. 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 Aha! How satisfying. How can the sorcerer tribe compete with us demons? With such strength, how dare they say that they are going to treat us as snacks? How ridiculous. In a certain sorcerer tribe, the 10 golden crows looked at the sorcerer tribe struggling in the true sunfire and laughed wildly. Their words were full of contempt. However, they, who had been bewitched by Kundi, did not know that they had the power of a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven, while the Wu tribe below them was just a group of primordial unity golden immortals. Bullying the weak, Daoyuo Jingxian killed Tai Jingxian. What was there to be proud of? Seeing that the sorcerer tribe was so weak, the 10 golden crows became more confident. They continued to fly forward, looking for new sorcerer tribes and repeating their actions. In this way, the 10 golden crows relied on the power of Daoyuo Jingxian to run amok and destroy more than a dozen sorcerer tribes. The 10 golden crows' wild actions naturally attracted the attention of the sorcerer tribe experts. Hey, how dare you bully my people, feathered beast? Take my staff. Just as the 10 golden crows were looking for the sorcerer tribes, a huge peach staff suddenly appeared in the void and struck towards them. It was the great sorcerer of the Hutta tribe, Quafu. How dare you, barbarian? How dare you humiliate me like this? Hearing the words feathered beast, the 10 golden crows' eyes instantly turned red. Terrifying killing intent filled the air, and the true sunfire swept out to meet the peach staff. Chapter 264. Rumble. Terrifying power spread out, shattering the void and causing pitch-black cracks to appear. Quafu was not the real Daoyuo Jingxian, so the 10 golden crows were no match for him. The mahogany staff smashed the primordial fire of the sun and hit the 10 golden crows. With a bang, the giant golden crows shattered and turned back into 10 golden crows. Hiss! This barbarian is so powerful. Brothers, set up the formation. In the sky, the 10 golden crows knew that their opponent was far more powerful than them. He was the most powerful enemy they had ever met. Without hesitation, they used their most powerful means. 10 suns burning sky formation start. With a roar, the 10 golden crows flapped their wings and formed an inexplicable formation in the sky. They attracted the power of the sun and enveloped Quafu. The 10 suns burning sky formation was a congenital formation created by Dijun and Fushi for the 10 golden crows. Once the formation was activated, it could attract the power of the sun to burn the sky and boil the sea, destroying the world. Even if Daoyuo Jingxian fell into the formation, he would be in danger of being burned if he could not escape in time. However, Quafu was different. As a grand wizard and a descendant of Pengu, Daoyuo Jingxian was no match for him. You are courting death. You are the son of the celestial emperor, the elves of the sun and born gods. Instead of benefiting the untainted land, you have killed hundreds of millions of creatures here. You deserve to die. Kwafu shook his body and showed his true form of a grand wizard. Standing on the ground, his power was endless. No matter how fierce the primordial fire of the sun was, it could not hurt him at all. However, the 10 Suns Burning Sky formation was really powerful. Although it could not hurt Kwafu, it trapped him firmly in the formation. He could not break free and hurt the 10 golden crows. You have committed such a big crime. Everyone in the untainted land has the right to kill you. Your father's face has been completely disgraced by you. Trapped in the formation, Kwafu used all his means but could not break free. He could not help but curse the 10 golden crows in the sky. Barbarian of the wizard tribe, you. At this moment, the 10 golden crows understood that they had made a huge mistake. Therefore, he was speechless in the face of Kwafu's accusation. Brothers, kill him. Let's join forces to kill this barbarian of the shaman race before returning to the heavenly court to ask for Father's forgiveness. With Imperial Father's ability, he will definitely be able to solve this problem for us. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting. Now, even if the 10 gold crows wanted to leave, Kwafu would not agree. He would definitely kill them here to avenge the dead Wu tribesmen. Alright, let's kill him first. This shaman barbarian's words are so unpleasant to hear. Killing him will help us vent our anger. Having made up their minds, the 10 golden crows opened their mouths and spat out their innate origin, activating the 10 Suns Burning Sky formation with all their might. This caused the formation's operation to speed up, causing it to undergo many changes. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the matrix, the primordial fire of the sun surged even more violently. The horrifying power spread out, igniting the void and turning it into a destructive storm, burning toward Kwafu. In that instant, nothing existed anymore. Everything burned into nothingness. Haha, good timing. While laughing, Kwafu stomped the ground hard. Instantly, the mountains and rivers within hundreds of millions of miles trembled together. Magnificent and heavy power gathered together, forming a yellow light curtain around Kwafu, blocking the raging primordial fire of the sun. The 10 gold crows were not surprised that the primordial fire of the sun could not hurt Kwafu. After all, he was Daoyuo Jinxian. It would be strange if they could kill him so easily. Kill. A golden mirror appeared in the middle of the formation, shining like the sun. Driven by the 10 golden crows, it shot out beams of divine light of the sun toward Kwafu. This was the divine sun mirror, an ultimate primordial spiritual treasure bred by the sun star. It had always been kept by Di Jun. It was not until the 10 gold crows were born that he took it out and gave it to the 10 gold crows to protect themselves. Kwafu was not afraid. He swung his peachwood staff and swept it forward. Tremendous power poured out, extinguishing the divine sunlight that was surging toward him. Then Kwafu stuck the peachwood staff into the ground. With a flash of green light, the peachwood staff grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a towering peach tree, supporting the whole matrix. Its roots danced and took root in the primordial fire of the sun, absorbing its power and weakening the matrix. Unfortunately, although Kwafu's idea was good, the 10 Suns Burning Sky matrix was supported by the sun star, and its power was endless. No matter how much power the peachwood staff absorbed, it could not shake its foundation. For a moment, the two sides were in a stalemate. Brother, this blockhead is so strong. His power is connected to the ley lines of the earth. Standing on the ground, he is invincible. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll be exhausted to death by him. Kwafu was Daoyuo Jinxian, so he had the confidence to continue. But the 10 gold crows were not. When their power was exhausted, they would not be able to maintain the matrix. When the matrix was exhausted, their death would come. Therefore, seeing the situation in a stalemate, the gold crows could not help but panic. We can't go on like this. Since the barbarian is connected to the ground, let's drag him into the air. Let's see if he dies. Suddenly, the youngest gold crow suggested. Okay, that's a good idea. Little Tin, you are so smart. When the other 9 gold crows heard that, They all thought that it was a good idea and praised the youngest gold crow. Then, they used their strength together to drive the 10 suns burning sky matrix. They swept up tens of thousands of feet of flames and flew up with Kwafu, trying to drag him into the air. However, trapping Kwafu was already the limit of the 10 suns burning sky matrix. It was impossible to lift him up. Moreover, the body of a wizard contained a large amount of connate turbid chi. It was extremely heavy and could not be moved easily. Therefore, the 10 gold crows used all their strength and their faces turned red. But they could not drag Kwafu at all. Haha. You little birds want to pull me up? Ridiculous. Do you really think you are Dijun Tai? You've completely disgraced your father and uncle. At this moment, Kwafu also felt that something was wrong. His words were extremely sharp, and he was very different from his honest appearance before. Obviously, Kwafu also fell into the trap. Compared to the demon race, it was easier to control the wizard race. At this moment, the 10 gold crows were about to go crazy. The true sun fire on their bodies whooshed out, and they wanted to swallow Kwafu alive. How dare you, wizard race! Don't you dare hurt our prince! Seeing that it was almost time, Zhuanti finally let Defeng find this place. Prince, don't worry. I'm coming. Seeing that the situation was critical, Defeng did not have time to chat. He hurriedly used his magic and blew a gust of wind toward Kwafu in the matrix. Great Gale was an innate god born from the innate wind origin. In the Tao of Wind, Great Gale had extraordinary achievements. Chapter 265. The 10 golden crows could not move Kwafu. The 9 heavens astral wind whizzed out and turned into a whirlwind. It wrapped Kwafu up and lifted him into the air. Oh no! Kwafu knew something was wrong when he saw himself leaving the ground. He quickly recalled his peachwood staff and swung it forward with all his strength. The Wu tribe had the best physical body in the primitive world. Naturally, their strength was also the best. Under Kwafu's staff, the void shattered, the 5 elements were destroyed, and yin and yang ceased to exist. Earth, fire, water, and wind intertwined. The destructive aura surged and shattered the 9 heavens astral wind. However, how could the 10 golden crows let Kwafu return to the ground when they finally lifted him up? Seizing the opportunity, the 10 golden crows activated the divine sun mirror and hit the ground. Without Kwafu's suppression, how could the surrounding mountains and rivers resist the power of the golden crows? In an instant, tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were turned into ashes. Without the support of the earth, Kwafu's strength fell sharply. He could no longer resist the surging sun primordial fire. In just a moment, his body was burned black. He was in a sorry state. After all, he was Daoyuo Jingxian. How could he die so easily? The sun primordial fire only damaged Kwafu's physical body. It could not hurt him at all. It was far from enough to kill him. Barbarian of the Wu tribe, how dare you be so arrogant? Seeing Kwafu's sorry state, the 10 golden crows were very proud. They turned to Defeng and said, Defeng, stop this barbarian so that we can use our secret treasures to kill him. As the sons of the celestial emperor, the 10 golden crows were not short of treasures. However, they were obsessed with Kundi and did not think about it. Now that they had calmed down, they thought about their own treasures. Okay. Defeng took out a long green banner and waved it at Kwafu. The long banner was called the Innate Wind Banner. It was Defeng's spiritual treasure. It was an upper-grade innate treasure that could release innate divine wind. The innate divine wind whizzed out and turned into green chains, locking Kwafu firmly. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move. Your Highness, do it quickly. Kwafu's strength is extraordinary. I can't hold on for long. After suppressing Kwafu, Defeng hurriedly shouted to the 10 golden crows. They were both Daoyuo Jingxian. Without the help of the 10 sun-burning sky formation, it was hard to say who would be the one suppressing the other. Hego Dai. Sneering, the golden crow took out a silver needle and stabbed it toward Kwafu. Above the silver needle, the connate Taiyan origin chi flowed. It released a shocking chill that seemed to be able to freeze the world. This was the Taiyan Ice Soul Needle, a supreme treasure created by Shiha using the essence of the Taiyan star. It contained the Tao of Taiyan, and could freeze all things and kill all life. Such a treasure could only be refined once every 100 million years. It was a rare treasure in the primordial world that could kill Daluo Jinxian. In front of the Tian Ice Soul Divine Needles, the physical body that the sorcerer tribe was so proud of had completely lost its function. It was like a rag that was easily pierced through. In an instant, Kwafu's expression froze. His body stiffened, and he was frozen into an ice sculpture. A terrifying Khanate chill spread out and wiped out all life in his body. Then, the Khanate chill spread up and wiped out Kwafu's Khanate indestructible true spirit. Just like that, a grand sorcerer, a powerhouse who dominated the primordial world, silently died here. Your Highness, Kwafu has been killed. The sorcerer tribe will not let this matter rest. We should leave as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. The land was the territory of the sorcerer tribe. If they killed the grand sorcerer here, when the sorcerer tribe experts arrived, they would not be able to escape. No one could save them. The heavenly court. They had to return to the heavenly court immediately. Only by returning to the heavenly court could they be considered safe. However, before they could do anything, a black arrow suddenly shot out from the void. It directly pierced through the 3 golden crows and killed them on the spot. Ah, third brother. Who? This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. After a while, the golden crows finally reacted to what had happened and roared with their eyes wide open. On the other side, Defeng's face turned pale. The 3 golden crows were dead. The son of the celestial emperor was dead in front of him. This was a big deal. Hoi, you deserve to die. The golden crows could not recognize the origin of the black arrow, but Defeng, who had dealt with the sorcerer tribe for many years, could recognize the origin of this object. That arrow was the Xianming arrow. It was the personal treasure of the grand sorcerer, Hoi. The identity of the person was self-evident. He was one of the strongest sorcerer tribe, Hoi. Since the establishment of the demon tribe, Hoi's hands were stained with the blood of countless demon tribe members. Even several demon gods had died in his hands. He was the strongest among the Daluo. He was the top Daluo Jinxian below the sage-to-be. Hoi's name was enough to make countless demon tribe tremble in fear. Puff! Another black arrow appeared and pierced through the 4 golden crows, taking away their lives. This was Hoi's response to Defeng. So what if you are the son of the celestial emperor? How dare you kill the grand sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe? Ah, bastard! Defeng felt like he was going crazy. In front of him, another son of the celestial emperor had died. What was Hoi doing? Was he forcing the demon tribe to wage a full-scale war against the sorcerer tribe? Now that things had come to this, Defeng knew that even if he returned to the heavenly court, Dijun would not let him go. It was better to fight to the death and fight for a chance of survival for the little golden crows. He could ask for Dijun's forgiveness and resurrect him in the future. Hoi, I'll fight you to the death. With a decision in his heart, Defeng burned everything he had in exchange for unparalleled power and charged toward Hoi. Hoi was a figure on the level of one of the 10 great demon gods. He was far from what Defeng could compare to. If he wanted to save someone from his hands, he could only fight with his life. Your Highness, return to the heavenly court quickly. His Majesty is there. He will definitely protect you. While charging toward Hoi, Defeng did not forget to remind him. However, before he could finish speaking, another 2 golden crows were shot to death by Hoi. Go! With a roar of grief and indignation, Defeng woke up the little golden crows who were in a daze. Go quickly. Run to the heavenly court. At this moment, the golden crows finally knew fear. The tragic deaths of their 4 brothers made them angry, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of fear. Since they were going to die, what about them? With a shudder, the golden crows hurriedly flapped their wings and flew quickly toward the heavenly court. Run quickly. Run to the heavenly court and let Father avenge them. At this moment, this was the only thought left in the golden crows' minds. You still want to escape? You must be dreaming. You killed the grand sorcerer of the sorcerer tribe, destroyed the untainted land, and killed hundreds of millions of living beings. All of these sins can only be repaid with your lives. Seeing that the golden crows were about to escape, Hoi said coldly, Chapter 266. The Xianming arrow was the most precious treasure of the Xianming tribe. It was made from the bones of the Xianming ancestral witch. There were only 10 arrows in the world. The Xianming ancestral witch was the rain ancestral witch, the winter god, and the north god. He was in charge of the ice and snow of the primitive world. Therefore, the Xianming arrow made from the bones of the Xianming clan was one of the best treasures in the world. It was also the nemesis of the golden crows. Anyone who touched it would die. Hui was different from Kwafu. He was a witch born from Panga's blood. He was the first witch. He was of noble birth and was far from ordinary Khanate godfiends. Even an ordinary sage-to-be might not be his match, let alone Defeng, who was not even ranked in the demon race. Scram. After sending Defeng flying with a punch, Hui continued to draw his bow and shoot 3 arrows in the direction of the golden crow's escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Amidst whooshing sounds, 3 more golden crows were killed by Hui. Hui, the god of archery, never missed. Hui's arrows had surpassed the level of skill and reached the level of Dao. If he went one step further, he would be like Feng Zichen, who established the Khanate sword Dao. He could imprint the Dao of archery into the origin of heaven and earth, turning the acquired Dao into the Khanate Dao. Such an expert could easily kill the little golden crows. Not to mention he was holding the nemesis of the golden crows, the Xianming arrow. Today the 10 golden crows were doomed. No, 7 golden crows died tragically. Defeng had already expected his end. He could not help but despair. Hui, let's die together. After a while, seeing Hui aiming his bow at the remaining golden crows, Defeng gritted his teeth and rushed to Hui's side. He exploded. It's useless. Hui stood in the center of the explosion and did not move. He allowed the power of Defeng's explosion to hit his body. At this moment, the powerful physical body of the sorcerer tribe was fully displayed on his body. Grand Witch Kwafu, I've avenged you. With that thought in mind, Hui loosened his grip on the bow. Suddenly, 3 black arrows shot out. Their targets were the remaining 3 golden crows. My son. In the numinous sky hall, Dijun suddenly screamed and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, under the panicked gazes of the demons in the hall, he suddenly disappeared. The 10 golden crows had accidents one after another. The secrets of heaven that had been concealed by Zhuan-Ti could no longer be hidden from Dijun's perception, and were detected by him. That was why the current scene was happening. The Xianming arrow was extremely fast. A black light flashed by and the 2 golden crows died on the spot. Second brother. On the other side, the golden crow couldn't help but cry out sorrowfully when he saw that another of his 2 remaining younger brothers had been killed. At the same time, he also noticed that there was a black arrow coming from behind him and his 10th brother. Little brother, you have to survive. Imperial father, please take care of Imperial mother. After taking one last look at the sun star, the golden crow ignited its origin and drove the sun god mirror. It was like a small sun as it collided with the Xianming arrow that was shot towards the golden crows, blocking the fatal blow for him. You have to survive. With that last sentence, the golden crow completely disappeared from the world, leaving nothing behind. Big brother. This scene made the golden crow's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. He wanted to immediately turn back and fight Hui, but he couldn't. The golden crow used his life in exchange for a chance to escape. He couldn't let the golden crow's sacrifice be in vain. He had to survive and escape back to the heavenly court to avenge his brothers. Resisting the urge to turn back, the 10 golden crows used all their strength to activate the rainbow transformation technique, and flew back to the heavenly court. He was afraid that once he turned back, he couldn't help but fight Hui to the death. This golden crow is quite decisive. However, he still has to die. Hui called back the Xianming arrow, drew the longbow, and shot an arrow. Let's see who can save you this time, Hui said as he put down the Hui bow. My life is over. Under this arrow, the 10 golden crows only felt that no matter where they were, they couldn't dodge this arrow. There was really no escape and no way to avoid it. The shadow of death uncontrollably crept into their hearts. And just as the Xianming arrow was about to hit the 10 golden crows, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of the 10 golden crows and grabbed the Xianming arrow. At the critical moment, Dijun finally arrived. In the end, the 10 golden crows weren't fated to die. With the protection of the sun star, even though the golden crows had killed so many people, they still had a chance to live. The 10 golden crows, 9 out of 10, just happened to meet their fate and meet the will of the heavens. My poor children. Looking at the 8 golden crow corpses on the ground, Dijun seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. He was clearly extremely sad. Wah! Father, Big Brother and the others are all dead. In order to save me, Big Brother even burned his origin and returned to the embrace of the sun star. Nothing is left of him. Father, you have to avenge Big Brother and the others. Seeing Dijun, the 10 golden crows' fear was finally released. They couldn't help but cry out to Dijun, "Don't cry. You are the crown prince of the demon race. How can you cry?" Looking at the remaining 10 golden crows, Dijun said sternly, "It was all because he spoiled the golden crows too much that today's disaster was caused." In Dijun's heart, he really regretted it. Good, very good. Grand Magus of the wizard race, archer god of the primordial world, you are really very good. With a wave of his sleeve, Dijun sent the 10 golden crows back to the heavenly court. He turned his head and said to Hou-yi. At the same time, he exerted a little strength in his hand and crushed the Xianming arrow into pieces. I don't deserve such praise from your majesty. I am just eliminating evil for the primordial world. Since Dijun appeared, Hou-yi's body couldn't help but tense up. It was as if he had met the great Tao, and a great sense of fear arose in his heart. However, the pride of the wizard race didn't allow him to bow down to the enemy. Even if he died, he would die standing. Therefore, he sneered at Dijun. Your Majesty didn't teach your son well, so that the Emperor's son created chaos in the primordial world, and killed hundreds of millions of creatures. I wonder how your Majesty is going to explain to the living beings in the primordial world. I killed a great evil in the primordial world, and saved the people from the fire. I wonder how your Majesty is going to reward me. As the Lord of Heaven and Earth, Dijun naturally had to be responsible for all living beings in the world. There was nothing wrong with Hou-yi asking him this question. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. With a cold smile, Dijun didn't answer Hou-yi's question. Because Hou-yi was right. It was all the golden crow's fault. Killing the golden crows was not only not wrong, but also meritorious. If Dijun hadn't come here and affected the operation of heaven and earth, merit would have fallen into Hou-yi's body at this moment as a reward. However, Hou-yi killed Dijun's 9 sons. He couldn't wait to cut Hou-yi alive. How could he reward him? How can I forgive you for killing my 9 sons? Pay with your life for my poor son. Dijun stretched out his hand and grabbed Hou-yi. Chapter 267. Just like when Hou-yi killed the 3-legged crow, the 3-legged crow had no power to fight back. Dijun wanted to kill Hou-yi, and Hou-yi also had no power to fight back. Dijun's hand was not big, only the size of an ordinary person, but in Hou-yi's eyes, it was extremely huge, as if it covered the sky and completely blocked his vision. In his eyes, there was nothing but Dijun's palm. Fear, incomparable fear. At this moment, under the pressure of Dijun, a strong fear rose in Hou-yi's heart. His future was dark, and all hope of life had been wiped out. He had already seen the end of his death. Under this palm, he would die without a doubt. Looking at the palm getting closer and closer, Hou-yi's heart was full of unwillingness. But no matter how hard he struggled, no matter how hard he tried, his body did not seem to belong to him. He could not move at all. He could only watch the palm press down and wait for the arrival of death. Hey! Dijun, you've gone too far. Suddenly, the void in front of Hou-yi began to expand infinitely. In an instant, it was already an endless distance. At the same time, Hou-yi's body was also retreating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the range of Dijun's palm. Dijiang, you want to protect him? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Dijun suppressed his anger and said coldly, the one who saved Hou-yi was the leader of the witch tribe, ancestor Magus Dijiang, Panga's eldest son, the master of space, and the top great medium in the untainted land. Only he, who was known as the fastest in the untainted land, could save Hou-yi from Dijun at the critical moment. In this way, the 2 most powerful people in the untainted land gathered here. the Lord of Heaven and the Lord of Earth. Dijun, your son created chaos in the untainted land and was killed by Hou-yi. It was completely his own fault. You can't blame others. You are unreasonable. You have to use this reason to kill the great magus of our tribe, Panga's descendant. Are you bullying the witch tribe? After saving Hou-yi, Dijiang breathed a sigh of relief and blamed Dijun. He killed 9 of my sons. Looking at Dijiang, Dijun said with hatred. So what? They are just 9 feathered beasts. How can they compare to the nobility of Panga's descendants? When your son killed the grand magi of the sorcerer tribe, their deaths were already set in stone. No one can save them no matter where they go. It had been many years since the last grand sorcerer of the Wu tribe had died. Today, Quafu was dead. It was imaginable how angry Dijiang was. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Dijun took out the He-Tu and Luo-Shu, performed the Tao of the Khanate 9 palaces, and attacked Dijiang. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Dijiang grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void completely disappeared. Even the great path no longer existed. Everything had lost its meaning. When space moved forward, time was born. Therefore, without time, space would at most stagnate. But without space, time lost its meaning. Space was the foundation of all existence. Without space, the untainted land would have no basis to exist. How would it be different from the chaos? As the master of space, Dijiang's power could be imagined. It was just that the 12 ancestors of sorcerers were too famous, so his fame was overshadowed. As a result, he was not famous in the untainted land. He was far less famous than Dijun and Tai. But this did not affect Dijiang's power at all. Not to mention other things, Dijiang's identity as the eldest son of Pangu was destined to be powerful. In an instant, everything lost its meaning. The He-Tu and Luo-Shu also lost their basis. They trembled in the air for a moment, and returned to Dijun's hands. Clang! Above the sky, a long bell rang, suppressing the universe and endless time and space. The Khanate 8 trigrams manifested, and the 8 trigrams turned, deducing the principles of the universe. Tai and Fushi had arrived. Then, the demon saints and demon gods of the demon tribe descended one by one under the lead of Kuimpeng. On the other side, various laws manifested. The river of time flowed slowly, and the great path of the 5 elements descended. The 12 ancestors of sorcerers had arrived. Behind them were the grand sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the sorcerer and demon tribes appeared here. The atmosphere was on the verge of exploding. It's going to pierce through the sky. Such a huge change had happened in the primordial world. Naturally, many great mystical abilities experts would notice it. At that moment, they hurriedly closed the mountain gate and ordered their disciples not to go out, for fear of being involved in the calamity and turning into ashes. The sorcerer and demon tribes were too strong. Once they fought, even the sage-to-be could not protect themselves. How could the powerful figures not be afraid? Big brother, let's fight. Tai silently came to Dijun's side and said. There were no unnecessary words. One sentence had already represented his determination. Apart from Dijun and Shihi, the Donghuang Tai was the most sad about the death of the Golden Crow. He had regarded the little Golden Crows as his successors. But they had died, in the hands of the sorcerer tribe. How could Tai bear it? New and old hatred surged in his heart. Tai's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to destroy the sorcerer tribe. Go back. At this moment, Dijun calmed down and ordered everyone. What? Go back. Big brother you, Tai, who was about to attack, was stunned when he heard Dijun's words. I said go back. After that, ignoring the puzzled expressions of Tai and the others, Dijun waved his sleeves and turned to leave, returning to the heavenly court. Dijun left without looking back. No matter how unwilling Tai was, he could not continue to stay here. He could only glare at Hou-yi and leave with Dijun. Seeing this, the other demons looked at each other, and left as well. The sorcerer tribe did not stop the demons from leaving, because there was no need. At the sage-to-be realm, unless there was absolute suppression, if one party wanted to run, the other party would definitely not be able to stop them. If the demons wanted to leave, the sorcerer tribe could not stop them. It was better to let them go, so that they would not be annoyed. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. Fellow Taoist, you have no choice. If we really start an all-out war with the sorcerer tribe, with our strength, we may not be a match for them. Moreover, we are fighting the sorcerer tribe on land. We have no advantage at all. We are completely at a disadvantage, and our chances of winning are even lower. On the way, seeing that Tai was still angry, Fushi stepped forward to persuade him. Fellow Taoist, I understand Big Brother's painstaking efforts. He is just angry. The heavenly court, shaking his head, Tai was in an inexplicable mood. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, he had experienced too many things against his will. They were no longer the same as before. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The sorcerer tribe will not be rampant for long. After so many years of hard work, the Zhousing formation has been completed. 365 heavenly Zhousing formation have also been gathered. We will definitely be able to activate the full power of the Zhousing formation. In that case, the sorcerer tribe has nothing to fear. Clearly, Fushi had great confidence in the Zhousing formation. Chapter 268. The Zhousing formation could be said to be Fushi's life's work. He had poured everything he had into it. Among the demons, no one could compare to him in the study of the Zhousing formation. This was because the Zhousing formation was deduced by him and Dijun through the combination of Zhousing. However, in terms of the Tao of deduction, Dijun could not compare to Fushi. Therefore, the main body of the entire Zhousing formation was created by Fushi. Dijun only played the role of filling in the gaps. Fushi's ability to comprehend the Kane 8 trigrams had something to do with this experience. Exploring the secrets of the Zhousing formation had allowed him to gain too much. These were the principles of the great Tao that could be used for a lifetime. It was with these gains that Fushi had accumulated far more than his peers. Only then could he understand the principles of the universe and comprehend the Kane 8 trigrams. In Fushi's heart, the Zhousing formation was the #1 formation in the primordial world. Its power was endless. If it was fully operated, it could even defeat a saint. With this array, it was enough to be the foundation of the demon clan. What was the sorcerer clan to them? In the first battle between the witch race and the demons were defeated. It was not that the Zhousing formation was not good enough, but that the demons were not good enough. In terms of the strength of the demons at that time, there were only dozens of Daoyuo Jinxian. They could not even gather the heavenly cycle star gods. How could they activate the Zhousing formation? However, it was different now. After countless years of development, there were no less than 1,000 grand Luo demon celestials of the demon race. 365 heavenly cycle demon celestials had gathered and could fully activate the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation. The witch race was no longer a threat. Fellow Taoist, let's wait a few more days. When fellow Taoist Shiha comes out of seclusion and takes charge of the lunar star and completes the Zhousing formation, it will be time for us to fight the witch race. Shiha's seclusion caused the Zhousing formation to be incomplete. It was missing an important part, the lunar star. Therefore, Dijun did not dare to rashly start a war with the witch race. That was why he returned to the heavenly court. The demons have gone too far. How dare you kill the great shaman of my shaman tribe? I will not let you off. In the Pangu Hall, the atmosphere was solemn. All the ancestral shamans looked furious and murderous. In particular, the ancestor of sorcerer Hutu, the mother of earth who was known for her mercy in the untainted land, no longer had a trace of warmth on her face. Her face was murderous, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. She could not wait to kill her way to the heavenly court. It was hard to imagine that the Lady of Earth, who was loved by the world, would have such a terrifying appearance. It was no wonder that Kwafu was the great shaman of the Hutu tribe, and a junior that Hutu valued very much. Now he was killed by the demon tribe. How could Hutu not be angry? That's right. We didn't go and find trouble with the demon clan. We were already merciful. That demon clan actually dared to provoke our shaman clan. They really don't know what's good for them. Inform the clansmen to prepare for war from today onwards. 1,000 years later, we will set off for the heavenly court. I'd like to see if the demons will abandon their foundation and avoid the battle. Dijiang nodded and said. His words were full of the matter of the golden crow burning Quafu to death. He did not mention the matter of Hou Yi shooting the golden crow at all. That's right. Seeing that Dijiang agreed, everyone said in unison. Then everyone got up and walked out of the hall. They wanted to return to the tribe and prepare for war. By the way, how's the geomancy map of the Untainted Land going? The geomancy map of the Untainted Land was a major event related to the inheritance of the shaman clan. If it could be completed before the war of shamans and demons, it would definitely increase the strength of the shaman clan. In this way, the chances of winning would be much higher when attacking the heavenly court. The rest of the places are almost completed. Only the Western Land was affected by the war of immortals and demons in the ancient times. The spiritual veins were all broken, causing the land to be more unstable. It is very different from before. If we want to draw the geomancy map of the Western Land of the Untainted Land, we need to calculate the earth veins again. It will take a lot of time. I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete it in a short time. After thinking for a while, Huda said. After all, too much time had passed. The Untainted Land had been through several wars and had changed greatly. It was far more difficult to draw the geomancy map than imagined. Then forget it. Let's wait until the war is over. The war between the liches and demons was imminent. Now there was no time to continue drawing the geomancy map of the Untainted Land. By the way, Hou Yi killed Dijun's 9 sons. Dijun will definitely not tolerate him. During this time, let him stay in the Pango Hall to cultivate in case he is ambushed by the demons. Suddenly, Dijiang said to Ancestral Witch Xianming. That's right. This was the right thing to do. Although the Ancestral Witch Xianming said it lightly, Dijun was not to be trifled with. The world is going to change. Looking at the sky, Feng Zichen sighed. Although the liches and demons had left, the influence was not over. As if having a premonition that something big was going to happen, the sky darkened. The entire Untainted Land was filled with an oppressive aura, making people breathless. All tribes returned to the ancestral land quickly. No delay. Also, from today onwards, the ancestral land is sealed. No one can enter, but no one can leave. Feng Zichen waved his hand, and a purple light curtain appeared, enveloping the East Sea and preventing anyone from going out. Not only the human clan, but all over the Untainted Land. As long as there was a Daluo Jinxian in charge, similar things would happen. Everyone in the Untainted Land knew how powerful the liches and demons were. As long as they were not fools, they would understand that if the two clans fought, the consequences would be very serious. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of being exterminated. How could they not prepare early? Above the heavenly court, in the Lingxiao Hall. Kundi, you deserve to die. At this moment, how could Dijun not understand that his son had been schemed against by others? Otherwise, before the 10 golden crows were in trouble, he should have sensed it immediately, instead of after the accident. In the Untainted Land, only the 6 saints had the ability to hide from him. The 3 pure ones were arrogant and would not do such a dirty thing. Fuxi was one of the 3 emperors of the heavenly court, and Niwa had no reason to attack. In that case, the only ones who met the conditions were Zhu and Ti. Coincidentally, the 2 of them had a grudge against Tai. They had every reason to do so. After destroying the Magi, I will definitely destroy the Western sect. Dijun clenched his fists and swore secretly. Now, although he was not a match for the saint could not do anything to him. Otherwise, he would not have attacked the 10 golden crows. When Dijun defeated the Magi and unified the primordial world, at that time, he would be the true Lord of heaven and earth. He would gather supreme luck and become the 8th saint of the primordial world. Moreover, he would be the most powerful saint. He might not be weaker than the Tao ancestor. At that time, it would be easy to destroy the Western sect. As for the Western sect, it was the foundation of the saints who received the commission. Once destroyed, there would be no possibility of their great ambition being fulfilled. Under the backlash of the heavenly Tao, even if Zhuan-Ti did not die, his outcome would definitely be extremely miserable. Perhaps they would lose their saint positions because of this. It was not a secret in the primordial world that Zhuan-Ti's saint position was unstable. All the great mystical abilities knew about it. After all, when they made their great wish, the great mystical abilities were all watching. With everyone's wisdom, they only needed to think for a moment to understand what a great ambition was all about. Wasn't it just borrowing merit from the heavenly Tao? However, how could it be so easy to borrow something from the heavenly Tao? From the moment they received the quintessential commission and became saints, the Western sect had become their most fatal weakness. As long as they destroyed the Western sect, Zhuan-Ti would most likely lose his saint position under the backlash of the heavenly Tao. That was the conclusion that Dijun, Tai, Fuxi, and the others had come to in recent years after studying the saints. It had been so many years since Zishao preached the Tao. Everyone gradually figured out that the so-called saint might not be a realm, but a karmic position of heaven and earth. Chapter 269. According to the Tao ancestor, there were only 9 saints in the Eldritch world. This was obviously abnormal. If saints were a realm, how could there only be 9? Shouldn't every great path be able to achieve Tao? Moreover, after the Daoyuo Jingxian, there was the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was a realm that could be compared to saints. Without the Hongmeng purple qi, anyone could reach this realm. None of those who could cultivate to become great divine arts were fools. With all these reasons added together, coupled with the title of Holy Birth, if they still could not guess the meaning of the Holy Birth, they would have lived in vain for so many years. Saint, this name already explained everything. It was not a realm, but a karmic position of heaven and earth. A karmic position that allowed one to entrust the heavenly way. After studying saint for so long, they did not find a way to become a saint. Instead, they found the weakness of Zhuan-Ti. What a pity! 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day in the Eldritch world, gongs and drums shook the sky. Countless sorcerers gathered and rushed toward Mount Buzhou under the lead of 1,000 great sorcerers. The heavenly court was there. 1,000 great sorcerers were 1,000 Daoyuo Jingxian. This showed how powerful the sorcerers were. Are they going to fight? The movement of the sorcerers attracted many people's attention. This was a battle that would determine the ownership of the Eldritch world. The winner would dominate the entire Eldritch world and become the main character of heaven and earth. This battle concerned every living being in the Eldritch world. Anyone with some ability would pay attention. Set up the array. While the sorcerers were rushing to Mount Buzhou, the heavenly court also moved. 3,000 demon gods walked out of the heavenly court and personally sat on the stars. They mobilized the primordial star system's origin to form the Zhoxing array. Among the 3,000 demon gods, there were 360 demon gods who were the most powerful. They held the heavenly cycle star banner and bathed in the heavenly cycle starlight, suppressing the Eldritch world's main star. They were the heavenly cycle demon gods who could correspond to Zhoxing. Together with the 5 demi-saints of the demon race, there were 365 demon gods. 3,000 demon gods were 3,000 Daoyuo Jingxian. The number of Daoyuo Jingxian of the demon race was 3 times that of the sorcerers. However, this was not surprising. How many people were there in the demon race? All sentient beings could be considered as demons. With so many clansmen occupying the stars in the heavenly cycle, how could the demons not have many perfected golden immortals? What about the sorcerers? As the descendants of Pangu, they were of noble birth. But this also brought to the demons to the gods. This caused the number of sorcerer tribe members to be far less than the demon tribe members. It also caused the sorcerer tribe members to have fewer experts than the demon tribe members. Demon were to the demon race. Even if the demon clan had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. Kill. Under the lead of the Grand Shaman, the Shaman army charged into the heavenly court and engaged in a life and death battle with the demon army. Rumble. The heavens and earth were shaking. Zhoxing shone brightly. It was so bright that the entire Eldritch world was covered in white. Countless starlight fell and divided the space into countless parts, creating battlefields one after another. Daoyuo Jingxian and Daoyuo Jingxian were fighting. Tai Jingxian and Tai Jingxian were fighting. They did not interfere with each other and fought fiercely. Dijundai. With a loud roar, the 12 grand sorcerers arrived. Without saying much, they charged towards Emperor Jun and the others. Sorcerers, today is the day you die. Zhoxing formation rise. Looking at the 12 ancestors of sorcerers, Dijun snorted and activated the Zhoxing formation. In an instant, Zhoxing was connected. Vast and endless power descended. It stirred up endless killing intent, and surged toward the 12 ancestors of sorcerers. What? How can this be? Under this power, the 12 ancestors of sorcerers seemed to have fallen into a quagmire and could not break free. At the same time, their physical bodies were melting and being destroyed by the starlight. Although this process was very slow, it did exist. After tens of millions of years, the physical bodies of the ancestors of sorcerers would be completely destroyed. This was under the condition that no external force interfered. However, how could Dijun and the rest not take action? Formation. Without hesitation, the 12 ancestors of sorcerers immediately performed a secret technique and formed the 12 divine beings formation. For a moment, the divine beings formation surged out and destroyed everything. Haha. Dijiang, do you still think it's the same as before? Now there are countless demon immortals in the demon clan. Their strength far exceeds that of the sorcerer tribe. The power of the Zhoxing formation is fully activated. The sorcerer tribe is doomed. Looking at the 12 ancestral sorcerers, Emperor Jun revealed a complacent expression. He too and Luo Shu flew out from his body and suppressed the Taiyang and Tien stars respectively. Endless Dao patterns were derived to strengthen the cosmic constellation array. Hey, is that so? Dijun, do you really think that the 12 divine beings formation in front of you is its full power? Dijiang chuckled and said mysteriously. What? Hearing this, Dijun's expression suddenly changed and he had a bad premonition. The 12 divine beings formation that almost destroyed the demon clan in the past was not at its strongest state. How could this be? Haha. Dijun, come and see. How deep is the foundation of the sorcerer tribe? Ignoring Dijun's changing expression, the 12 ancestors of sorcerers shouted in unison. Real body of Pangu gather. At this moment, it was as if the sound of Dao was roaring. It was vast and incomparable. The sound broke the seal of the Zhoxing formation and reverberated throughout the untainted land. Rumble. The entire untainted land was shaking. The great mediums and the saints were not surprised. How could this be? On Mount Kunlun, Mount Meru, and Mount Wanshou, the great mediums of untainted land stared at the trembling dojo, their eyelids twitching. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, no matter how fierce the untainted land was, the untainted divine mountains under their feet were always the same, firmly suppressing the surrounding earth veins. But now, they were shaking and stirring up endless wind and clouds. This was so unbelievable that it was like a myth. Wisps of inexplicable light emerged from all over the untainted land and flew towards the 12 ancestors of sorcerers. At the same time in Panga's hall, an indescribable heart suddenly disappeared. It broke through the Zhoxing formation and descended to the center of the 12 ancestors of sorcerers. This was Panga's heart. It can't be? It can't be. How could the sorcerer tribe? Seeing this, the 3 pure ones' eyelids twitched wildly. They vaguely understood something and a bold idea came to their minds, causing them to exclaim in disbelief. They had completely lost the calmness that a saint should have. Hiss. It's incredible that the sorcerer tribe has such means. Chapter 270. The demon race is in danger. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Dao ancestor Hongjun was also shocked. He did not expect the wizard race to have such a trump card. With his strength, he did not need to see the result. He only needed to see the process to understand everything and see the trump card of the wizard race. In the eyes of all the living beings in the primordial world, an incomparably sacred and majestic Dao shadow suddenly appeared in the primordial world. The primordial world shook even more violently. At this moment, the entire world was cheering and filled with joy. All the living beings in the primordial world could clearly feel it. The Khanate Tao descended, and the laws of heaven and earth continued to appear. The origin of heaven and earth also descended. Everything appeared. In the primordial world, all kinds of phenomena appeared, welcoming a certain supreme existence. The origin of that Tao shadow was self-evident. It was the creator of the primordial world, the existence closest to the eternal great Tao in the world. The son of great Tao, Pangu. The moment Panga's true body appeared, the three pure ones' expressions suddenly changed on Kunlun Mountain. That was because their primordial spirits were trembling continuously, as if they were about to leave their bodies and return to Panga's embrace to play the role of Panga's primordial spirit again. Panga's primordial spirit was the three pure ones, but the three pure ones were not Panga's primordial spirit. The moment they developed intelligence, they were new individuals, which also meant that Panga's primordial spirit had died. After hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation, they had obtained the realm of indestructibility. How could the three pure ones be willing to sacrifice themselves and recondense Panga's primordial spirit in exchange for Panga's return? At that moment, the three pure ones guarded their primordial spirits and mobilized all their strength to cut off their connection with Panga's true body. I am me, the one and only. I am not anyone's incarnation. Moral sacred words, suppress. Steadying his beliefs, the Grand Pure One's body surged with the principles of morality, and refined all the remaining Panga's primordial spirit chi in his primordial spirit. At the same time, the primeval golden scripture appeared on the body of the heavenly Lord of the primeval beginning. It narrated the truth of the great Tao and washed away the chi of Panga's primeval spirit in his primordial spirit. And on the Grand Master of Heaven's body, the numinous treasure Tao scripture appeared, deducing all kinds of things in the world, and refining the power of Panga's primordial spirit in his primordial spirit. The Tao of Virtue, the golden scripture of the primordial spirit, and the numinous treasure Tao Sutra, were not the innate clear spirit Tao bestowed upon the three pure ones by the heavenly Tao, nor were they the three Taos of Shi, Yuan, and Xian that Pangu inherited. Instead, it was the Tao that the three pure ones had comprehended themselves. It was the manifestation of all their Tao comprehensions, and it represented their highest achievement. It possessed boundless power. This was a Dharma that was free from Panga's influence. It was a Dharma that belonged to the three pure ones. Only this Dharma could help them cut off their connection with Pangu. As the connection between the three pure ones and Pangu was severed, the heaven-opening mark on their bodies, as well as the heaven-opening providence, dissipated quite a bit. There were gains and losses. They had lost a part of Panga's legacy in exchange for complete freedom. Only the three pure ones knew whether it was good or bad. This was the difference between the three pure ones and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Although they also respected and admired Pangu, it was impossible for them to exchange their lives for Panga's life. The three pure ones lived for themselves. However, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were different. Pangu was their belief. The sorcerer tribe's worship of Pangu was unparalleled in the untainted land. For Pangu, they could give up everything. If they could revive Pangu by giving up their lives, they would not hesitate at all. The sorcerer tribe lived for themselves and also for Pangu. It was for this reason that the 12 ancestors of sorcery could obtain Pangu's hall, and comprehend the 12 divine beings killing formation from it. They could summon Panga's real body. The three pure ones did not have the sorcerer tribe's heart. Therefore, even if the three of them combined their primordial spirits, they could not summon Panga's primordial spirit. That was because Panga did not give them the right to do so. Looking at the majestic real body of Pangu in front of them, the demon clan could not help but swallow their saliva. They were so shocked that they could not speak. This was the creation god of the untainted land, the most powerful existence in the world. How could they fight this battle? A chill rose from their backs, making the demon clan feel cold from head to toe. A strong sense of despair emerged in their hearts, and they felt that they had lost all hope in the future. I am the celestial emperor, the master of all living beings in the world. So what if it's Pangu? I created the demon clan, established the heavenly court, maintained the order of the world, and found a chance for the innate living beings to transcend. I am limitless. Even if Pangu comes in person, I want to fight him. Right now, he is just a fake body formed by the ancestral sorcerer. What do I have to fear? Kill. After all, he was the overlord of the world. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Dijun recovered and strengthened his beliefs. He was fearless and looked straight at Penga's real body. Just as Dijun said, the greatest contribution of the establishment of the heavenly court was not to maintain the order of the world, but to find a chance for the innate living beings to transcend. The demon clan was a connate living being. No matter how many connate godfiends there were, they could not be endless. Of course, not all of the 3,000 demon gods of the demon clan were connate godfiends. Many of them were connate living beings. One had to know that the untainted land was the world of the connate godfiends. Under their control, how difficult was it for the connate living beings to attain the Tao? Before Dijun established the heavenly court, no connate living being had attained the Tao. Dao Yuo Jingxian had transcended. It was Dijun. He was the one who created the demon clan, established the heavenly court, and gathered supreme providence. It was as if he had split the world apart. He had snatched the opportunity to attain the Tao from the hands of the connate godfiends. It was because of this feat that the connate living beings swore to be loyal to Dijun. Only then could he sit firmly on the position of Celestial Emperor. Otherwise, did he really think that the position of Celestial Emperor was something that anyone could sit on? In the connate era, obtaining the recognition of the connate living beings had great merit and great providence. Only then could one condense the position of Celestial Emperor. I have long heard of the strength of the great Taoist priests. He is the best in the world and no one can compete with him. Today, Tai will have a good fight with him. If he wins, let the world know that the East Emperor is worthy of the title of number 1 in the primordial world. Let the demon clan know that they still have an emperor who can save their lives, and let those who have different thoughts give up. Use a bloody battle to completely determine the situation of the primordial world. If I lose, I will have no regrets dying in the hands of the great Taoist priests. At this moment, Tai's fighting spirit was completely stimulated. It was unprecedentedly high. He wanted to compete with Penga's true body. Since the establishment of the demon clan, we have become the overlords of the world from nothing. Who knows how many calamities we have experienced, and how many difficulties we have overcome? How can we fall here? Men of the demon clan, kill. Kill to your heart's content. Kill to the heart's content, and show the power of the demon clan. We can't let the living beings of the primordial world look down on the demon clan. At this moment, Fushi's appearance had completely changed. His aura was incomparably fierce, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was reflected behind him. There was no longer a trace of his previous gentle and amiable appearance. Chapter 271. Fushi, Emperor Shi of the Demon Race. The most intelligent person in the primordial world, was also a top-notch great mystical ability below the saint. There was no doubt about his strength. Kill. Victory to the demons. The 3 demon emperors shouted from the bottom of their hearts and reawakened the fighting spirit of the demons. They overcame the fear in their hearts and clenched their weapons tightly as they charged towards the Magi. Ridiculous. The demons have gone against the flow and lost their Tao in the world. Today, the Magi are under the orders of Father God to destroy them. The demons should be destroyed. Penga's true body looked at the 3 of them and smiled disdainfully. He reached out and shouted, "Axe, come." As soon as he finished speaking, the Taiji painting, Penga's banner, and the chaos bell in the hands of the Grand Pure One, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, and the East Emperor Tai almost at the same time. Suddenly, they trembled and almost flew out of their hands towards Penga's true body to form the Penga's axe again. Oh no! The 3 treasures were the foundation of the 3 of them. They could not lose them. Immediately, the 3 of them used their methods to suppress the 3 treasures. After all, they were treasures that were connected to their lives. In addition, Penga's axe was already in the past. The 3 of them did not spend much effort to suppress the 3 treasures. On the other hand, the East Emperor Tai could not use the East Emperor bell when facing Penga's true body to prevent accidents. Seeing that he could not summon Penga's axe, Penga's true body snorted coldly. He formed a seal with one hand and sent out a bolt of divine lightning towards the three of them. That lightning was the Deuteon divine lightning. It could split the world apart and was all-encompassing. It was the opportunity of creation, the source of destruction, and the source of all lightning techniques. It was the strongest lightning technique in the primordial world. Rumble. Wherever the Deuteon divine lightning passed, everything changed. The laws were changing, and the world was being re-established. A mysterious world slowly spread out. It was magnificent and magnificent, enveloping Dijun and the other two. In this world, Dijun and the other two felt that their connate origins were constantly flowing away, becoming nutrients for this world to grow. What mystical ability is this? So powerful, unimaginably strong. This supernatural power ignored any defense and directly attacked the innate source. In the untainted land, it was simply unheard of and unimaginable to the extreme. The innate source was the foundation of everything. If the innate source was gone, it meant death. Furthermore, without the innate source energy, even if he did not lose his cultivation after his resurrection, his strength would plummet, and it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. Just like Tung Wang Kung, although he was still the Daluo Jingxian after his resurrection, he was getting worse and worse. Kill. Knowing the consequences of losing their innate origin source, Dijun and the other two did not dare to hesitate. They immediately unleashed all of their strength and executed their strongest divine abilities to shatter the world in front of them. Boom. Under the full power of the three of them, the Deuteon world suddenly shattered and turned into a huge tide of destruction that continued to sweep towards them. Joshing formation kill. Boundless starlight descended and transformed into a boundless river of stars. It was vast and mighty, and it annihilated the tide of destruction as it charged towards Panga's true body. Insignificant. Panga's true body grabbed at the void, and a vast light appeared and gathered into the shadow of a giant axe in his hand. He swung it down fiercely at the Joshing formation. In an instant, the world lost its meaning, and only a ray of light was left. It was incomparably dazzling and white, and nothing could be seen. Crack! After an unknown period of time, a loud shattering sound suddenly came from the world, breaking the long silence. Looking in the direction of the sound, a huge crack appeared in the starry sky. The Joshing formation that the demon race had placed high hopes on was split open by Panga's true body with a single swing of his axe. Break! Without giving the demon race time to react, Panga's true body swung his giant axe and swung it down again, destroying all the formation patterns in the sky. Without the connection of the formation patterns, the Joshing formation could no longer be maintained and broke apart. Instantly, the heavenly cycle star streamers shattered one after another, and the demon gods spat out blood. Even the Joshing formation dimmed significantly. The Joshing formation was extremely powerful, and its backlash was equally shocking. Fortunately, the demon gods were all at Daluo Jinxian's level of cultivation, so they did not die on the spot and were only injured. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to dust on the spot. Hiss! Panga's true body is actually so powerful? Although they knew that Panga's true body was definitely powerful, they did not expect him to break the Joshing formation that the demon race was so proud of with just 2 swings of his axe. Even a sage did not have such power, right? The witch race was so powerful that the demon race could not even retaliate. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome of this battle was already set. The demon race was about to become history. However, the great masters had thought too much about this. The power of Panga's true body was so powerful because it was his first time appearing in the world. He had gathered the remnant power of Pangu in the primordial world, which led to his power surpassing that of a sage. However, this power was, after all, an external force. Chapter 272. The reason why the Joshing formation was not a match for the 12 divine beings killing formation was that it lacked the Joshing map as the main array. Although the He-Tu and the Luo-Shu were extraordinary and hid the secrets of the Khanate 9 palaces, they were supreme treasures of the primordial world, and recorded the flow of the primordial world's water veins. They were not compatible with Joshing. Dijun used the He-Tu and the Luo-Shu to preside over Zhousing. How could he activate its full power? It was not surprising that the incomplete Zhousing formation was destroyed when it fought against the complete Du Tian divine beings killing formation. That's right. Zhousing is so important. It's normal for it to nurture a Khanate cardinal treasure. It's a big problem if it can't be nurtured. Zhousing was the most important part of the primordial world. Only when the three lights were separated could there be the boundless space of the primordial world. Moreover, they corresponded to the Earth Spirit Cave one by one, releasing endless star essence and nurturing the countless living beings of the primordial world. It would not make sense if there was not a Khanate cardinal treasure suppressing such an important place. Tai was born with the Bell of Chaos. So the world thought that the Bell of Chaos was the supreme treasure that suppressed the boundless void. Little did they know that the Khanate cardinal treasure that truly suppressed Zhousing had yet to be born, and was still in the process of being nurtured. It was the supreme treasure in front of Feng Zichen, the Zhousing map. It seems that this Khanate cardinal treasure was most likely not successfully nurtured. Otherwise, it's impossible that I haven't heard of it. Feng Zichen came from the future. Although he had never seen any treasures, he had heard of many of them. He had even heard of most of the famous Khanate spirit treasures in the primordial world, let alone the rarer Khanate cardinal treasure. If such a cardinal treasure really existed in the future, it was impossible for him to not have heard of it. From this, it could be deduced that such a Khanate cardinal treasure did not exist in the future. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen grabbed a wisp of the Zhousing map's aura, and combined it with his memories from the future to use the Khanate 8 trigrams to deduce. The deduction method of the Khanate 8 trigrams was different from the deduction method that was passed down in the primordial world. It did not calculate through the heavenly Tao. Instead, he used the innate 8 phases to evolve the greater 1,000 universes and operate the laws of heaven and earth. He traversed through countless years and saw a trace of a secret from the mysterious and unknown future. I see. After a while, Feng Zichen finished his deduction and found out everything. In the near future, the great war between liches and demons would erupt. That battle was so terrifying that it was beyond imagination. The entire wilderness was shattered. Zhousing, who was at the center of the battlefield, was not spared. The starry sky was shattered and the heavenly cycle was in tatters. His source fell greatly. Countless small planets were completely shattered into pieces. As a result, Zhousing was too busy to take care of himself. How could he spare the energy to create the Zhousing map? Under the interference of the heavenly Tao, the innate origin of the Zhousing diagram flowed backward, and returned to the Zhousing to repair the Zhousing, so that they would not collapse. At this point, the Zhousing map, a Khanate cardinal treasure, had died before it was even born. It had completely dissipated in the primordial world. However, since I'm here, how can I allow this to happen? The Zhousing map, a Khanate cardinal treasure, is mine. A Khanate cardinal treasure that truly belonged to the Tao of Stars, and could unify the Zhousing map was extremely precious. Of course, Feng Zichen was not willing to give it up. It seems that I have to make a good plan. After taking one last look at the Zhousing map, Feng Zichen slowly retracted his gaze. Dijun, today is the day you die. Kill. Penga's real body raised the giant axe and swung it at Dijun and the other two. The axe was ordinary. There were no innate runes or aura of the great Tao. There was only unparalleled power, power that was beyond imagination. Under the axe, it seemed to be able to sever the great Tao, destroy all spells, and reopen the world. No matter how hard Dijun and the other two tried, they were only able to resist for a breath before they were sent flying and vomiting blood. Haha. Victory to the witch tribe. With a loud laugh, Penga's real body chased after them. He took a big step forward and came in front of Dijun and the other two. He raised the Penga map in his hand, and was about to kill the three of them. I am the Celestial Emperor. Who can kill me? The heavenly realm is of the same origin. Add to me. Looking at the Penga map that was chopping at him, Dijun's face was filled with madness. He suddenly formed a seal, and attracted the origin of heaven and earth to add to his body. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose from Dijun's body, shocking the entire primordial world. At this moment, His strength rose to a brand new level, the primordial chaos Tao realm. It was the realm that many powerful people in the primordial world dreamed of, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. The heavenly realm was a world that was countless times more powerful than the great Kiliacosm. Its origin was so powerful that other than the origin of Earth, nothing in the primordial world could compare to it. Therefore, no one in the primordial world found it strange that Dijun had entered the primordial chaos Tao realm. If they didn't know that Dijun had this trump card, how could the sages tolerate Dijun suppressing them? Kill. Holding the sun god sword, Dijun suddenly swung it and slashed out a dazzling sword light. It was vast and boundless, illuminating the primordial world. Heaven and earth were completely white and lost their color. There was no doubt that this was the power of the sword Tao. Not long after the Khanate sword Tao was established, the Grand Master of Heaven, Dijun Mingi, and the others had successively attained the Khanate sword Tao, causing the power of the Khanate sword Tao to multiply. You overestimate yourself. Pangu, the pinnacle of strength. Even though the true body of Pangu that the ancestral which had transformed into was far inferior to the real Pangu, its strength was also the limit of its realm. It was almost invincible in the same realm. Clang. With a gentle swing of the giant axe, a vast axe light poured out, shattering everything. It easily wiped out the sword light that was enough to kill a quasi-saint. Then the axe light did not weaken and slashed toward Dijun. Seeing this, Dijun hurriedly raised his sword to block. Crack. After a crisp sound, the Khanate divine sword that had followed him for countless years shattered into countless pieces and scattered into the primordial world, never to be seen again. At the same time, the axe light also dissipated. Sun Star come. At this time, Tai also made a series of hand seals and absorbed the origin of the Sun Star into his body. Needless to say, the Sun Star's importance was self-evident. It was not difficult to create a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian with all its origin on a person. Kill. Behind Tai, a huge wheel slowly appeared and crashed toward Panga's true body. This was the Tai wheel, the great wheel of the heavenly Tao. It was Tai's strongest technique, and also his supreme achievement. Tai was the Tao. The Tai wheel, the wheel of Tao, was an incomparably perfect ring that represented no beginning and no end. Its body was covered with Khanate runes, symbolizing the endless rules of the primordial world. As the Tai wheel moved, these Khanate runes shone, triggering the power of the heavenly Tao, the rules of heaven and earth, and all the power of the primordial world. He raised the giant axe in his hand, and was about to deal the final blow to the three of them. It's about time. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Tao ancestor Hongjun calculated, and felt that Panga's remaining power had been exhausted by the ancestral magi, and could no longer pose a threat to him. With a flash, he rushed toward the heavenly court. Stop. At the critical moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun suddenly appeared and blocked the giant axe that was slashing at Dijun and the other two, saving them. Hey! Tao ancestor Hongjun, what do you mean by this? Panga's true body couldn't help but be angry when he was suddenly stopped, and asked Tao ancestor Hongjun, the demon clan maintains the order of the world. They have contributed to the untainted land and should not be destroyed. After sizing up Panga's true body for a while, Tao ancestor Hongjun said coldly. Hongjun you. Pointing at Tao ancestor Hongjun, Panga's true body was so angry that he couldn't speak. I've long heard that Tao ancestor Hongjun has merged with the Tao with his body. He is fair and righteous and will not easily interfere in the matters of the untainted land. Today I see that rumors are just rumors. They can't be trusted. After a while, Panga's true body said with a mocking expression. But then his face suddenly darkened and he shouted coldly at Hongjun. Today, the Witch Clan is under the orders of Father God to send troops to suppress the Demon Clan and stabilize the untainted land. Whoever dares to stop us will be the enemy of the Witch Clan. Hongjun, let me ask you, are you going to make way or not? At the end of his sentence, Panga's true body was filled with killing intent. The heavenly divine baleful chi surged out and swept through the surroundings. The Poor Way said that the Demon Clan has contributed greatly to the untainted land, and should not be destroyed. Shaking his head, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's tone did not change at all, as if he did not care about the threat of the witch clan at all. What a biased old man. Take my axe. Seeing that Tao ancestor Hong Jun's attitude was so firm, Panga's true body was furious. He raised his axe and slashed it. Go back. Tao ancestor Hong Jun waved his sleeve and a terrifying power erupted, knocking Panga's true body down from the heaven realm and onto the untainted land. After stabilizing himself, Panga's true body was about to point at Tao ancestor Hong Jun and curse when he saw a purple light flash. Panga's true body suddenly disappeared, and the 12 ancestral witches appeared one after another. How could it be? This time, the ancestral witches were well behaved. Looking at Tao ancestor Hong Jun in the sky, they did not dare to say anything even though they were furious. This, masters, teachers, strength is actually this strong? In the distance, the saints and many powerful people who saw this scene could not help but exclaim. Such a powerful true body of Pangu was actually defeated by Tao ancestor Hong Jun in one move. His strength was becoming more and more unfathomable. Greetings, master. At this moment, Di Jun and the other two walked forward and bowed to Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Get up. Nodding, Tao ancestor Hong Jun gestured to the three of them. From now on, the demon clan will rule the heavens and the witch clan will rule the earth. Within 100,000 years, there will be no more disputes. Looking at the demon clan and then the witch clan, Tao ancestor Hong Jun said, Yes, I will follow master's orders. Di Jun and the other two hurriedly said in unison. This was obviously a good thing for the demon clan. They had no reason to refuse. Got it. Boys, let's go. We'll spare the demon clan this time. With Tao ancestor Hong Jun around, the 12 ancestral witches knew that they could not take advantage of him. With a wave of their hands, they recalled the witch clan army and left. All of you, take care of yourselves. After taking one last look at Di Jun and the other two, Tao ancestor Hong Jun also left. Hiss. This Panga's true body is so hard. As soon as he returned to the purple cloud palace, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's expression changed. He could not help but frown and shake his arms repeatedly. He was no longer as indifferent as before. When Tao ancestor Hong Jun dealt with Panga's true body, it was easy for him to disperse Panga's true body and break the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation with a casual strike. However, that strike contained not only his power, but also the power of the heavenly Tao. That was why he was able to defeat Panga's true body in a single strike. Even so, Tao ancestor Hong Jun's arm, which was casting the spell, was still trembling from the huge recoil. If not for the fact that he had to take into account his image, he would have cried out on the spot. Fortunately, he held it in. Now that he had returned to the purple cloud palace and there was no one else around, Tao ancestor Hong Jun could cry out without caring about his image and not worry about being discovered by outsiders. Chapter 274. But fortunately, his painstaking efforts were not in vain. That move had completely shocked everyone in the untainted land. Presumably, after this time, the image of Hong Jun Taoist would become higher and more unfathomable in the eyes of the great mediums. No one would dare to disobey his orders. The demon clan, the wizard clan. How troublesome. Thinking of the wizard clan and the demon clan, even with Hong Jun Taoist cultivation, he could not help but have a headache. Alas, these sages. Can't you just calm down and focus on your cultivation? Why do they have to get involved in these secular affairs and make the untainted land a mess? With Hong Jun Taoist cultivation, Zhuan-Ti thought that he had done it secretly and no one could find out. But how could he hide from Hong Jun Taoist's eyes? Taoist Hong Jun was naturally well aware of the reason for that. Brother Hong Jun Taoist has gone too far. He is so partial to the demon clan and humiliated the wizard clan. He is really a Tao ancestor. I used to think that he was a good person. In the Pangu Hall, a group of ancestral sorcerers were cursing. A good person? How can Hong be a good person if he can live to this day? In the untainted land, there are good people. It's just that the real good people are all dead and have been slandered. Anyway, the dead can't speak and won't stand up to refute. Isn't it just slander by the living? Hearing everyone's words, Dijiang sneered and said, Hongjun Taoist has experienced many schemes to live to this day. If you think about it a little, you will know that he can't be a good person. Another name for a good person is a fool. Is Hongjun a fool? Wasn't it? Doing good things in the untainted land was called smart. Being a good person in the untainted land was not a fool. There were so many bad people in the untainted land. Originally, everyone was the same and could not see any problems. But suddenly, a good person appeared. With this comparison, everything was out. If those bad people did not plot against this good person, how could they live up to their identity as bad people? Isn't Hongyun a good person? But look, after he died, who else wanted to avenge him except Jin Yuanzi? Those who were helped by him in the past didn't even show their faces. They all pretended to be deaf and dumb. He pretended not to see something that alarmed the entire primordial world. Do you see that? This is what happens to good people. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be long before bad words about Hongyun spread in the untainted land. His reputation will be completely ruined. Otherwise, those Khanate divine demons who are helped by Hongyun won't have the face to stay in the untainted land. Dijiang had a thorough understanding of the innate godfiend's personalities. Good people had no chance of survival in the Great Desolate. Alright, I've said so much, but I just want to tell you. In the untainted land, you can do good deeds, but you can't be a good person. Speaking of this, Dijiang suddenly looked at Hutu and said to her sternly, especially you. The Lady of Earth's benevolence is already spreading in the primordial world. Big brother, I hope you can grasp the scale well and distinguish the boundary between good and bad. The red cloud mirror is right in front of us. Don't repeat his mistakes. Dijiang was very helpless about his sister. Perhaps because of the influence of the earth, Hutu's personality was completely different from other ancestral sorcerers. There was no tyrannical aura at all. Instead, she was full of holy and auspicious aura. She was not like the sorcerer tribe at all. No, perhaps, her appearance was the real appearance of the sorcerer tribe. Hutu was born with a benevolent heart. She was full of pity for all living beings in the untainted land. She had been doing things of merit in the untainted land, and was loved and respected by all living beings in the untainted land. This was nothing. However, after Hongyun died, Dijiang could not help but worry. If Hutu continued like this, it was hard to guarantee that she would not be used by outsiders and follow in Hongyun's footsteps. That was why the scene before his eyes had occurred. Big brother, don't worry. Hutu knows what to do. Hutu nodded and replied, it's good that you know what to do. Then I won't say anything more. However, the matter of the untainted land needs to be completed as soon as possible. Hongjuan's strength is unfathomable. It's far from what we can compete with. With him protecting the demon clan, it seems that our plan to destroy the demon clan won't work. Now the only way is to find a way to increase the foundation of the sorcerer tribe and improve the strength of our tribe. After 100,000 years, we will destroy the demon clan in one fell swoop. At that time, even Hongjun won't be able to say anything. During this period of time, I'll have to trouble you to work harder and strive to draw the untainted land map as soon as possible. Dijiang stood up and said, for the sorcerer tribe, we will do our best. The ancestral sorcerers stood up and replied. Then they turned and left the Pango Hall. After this battle, the untainted land will never be peaceful again. On the coast of the East Sea, Feng Zichen looked at the sky that was gradually recovering and could not help but sigh. After the Second World War, the untainted land would usher in a series of changes. Every event had a far-reaching impact. It was enough to change the infinite future and produce countless variables. Hutu turned into reincarnation. The three pure ones separated. Chang'e flew to the moon. These unimaginable events would follow one after another. After these events, the human clan would also usher in the most terrifying and dangerous calamity since its birth. The demon clan slaughtered humans. It's time to make preparations. Sighing, Feng Zichen turned and returned to the human clan's ancestral temple to continue refining the human Dao imperial court. This was the inheritance treasure of the human clan. It was enough to establish a foundation for the human clan. He could not be careless. However, there was no hurry. Although Dao ancestor Hongjun had only stipulated that the sorcerer and demon clan could not fight for 100,000 years, the sorcerer and demon clan's anger had dissipated. They would not fight without preparing for millions of years. In other words, Feng Zichen still had at least 1,000,000 years to prepare. 100,000 years later, the human clan's ancestral temple suddenly erupted with resplendent light that shot into the clouds. Then the mighty power of the human Dao poured out and swept through the untainted land. Freeze! At the crucial moment, Feng Zichen took out the Hongming Daozhong and sealed the void in all directions. He covered up the commotion caused by the mighty power of the human Dao in time. In this way, the fluctuation of the mighty power of the human Dao did not alarm the untainted land and attract some malicious gazes. Of course, no matter how fast Feng Zichen's movements were, he could not hide it from Niuhua in the palace of Empress Hua. After all, the human clan's ancestral temple was right under her nose. Within the ancestral temple, in the deepest part of the boundless void, there was a huge divine city floating there quietly. The aura of the human Dao flowed all over it, releasing endless light that illuminated the entire void. That was the human Dao imperial court. After hundreds of thousands of years of hard work, Feng Zichen had finally succeeded in refining it. The human Dao imperial court, 1 city, 2 halls, 3 palaces, 4 gates. It symbolized the meaning that Dao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Chapter 275. The city referred to the human Dao imperial court itself, symbolizing the meaning of one origin. The 2 halls referred to the ancestral hall and sacred hall. The sacred hall enshrined Niuhua, the 5 elements sacred beasts, and the Daoyuo Jingxian of the human race. In the future, if a powerful figure appeared to protect the human race, they could also be enshrined there. The ancestral hall enshrined the martyrs of the human race, those who had sacrificed themselves heroically for the development of the human race. Although they were dead, their spirits were not extinguished. They would sleep in the ancestral hall, forever enjoying the incense offerings of the human race, waiting for the day they returned. The 2 halls, 1 for life and 1 for death, used life and death to evolve the Dao of Yin and Yang, explaining the principles of Yin and Yang. The 3 palaces were the human emperor, empress, and crown prince. They used the 3 to balance Yin and Yang, operating the 3 talents, symbolizing the Dao of the 3 talents. The 4 gates referred to the 4 gates of the east, west, north, and south. They corresponded with the 4 cardinal directions and represented the Dao of the 4 cardinal directions. The 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 planets, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions. These Dao of heaven and earth were all represented by buildings in the human Dao imperial court. The human Dao imperial court was a divine city built with the chaos formation as the foundation. The buildings themselves naturally had extraordinary meaning, corresponding to the 10 connate Dao diagrams that formed the chaos formation. This was the human Dao imperial court, a divine city of the great Dao. It contained the truth of chaos and explained the mysteries of the great Dao. It was all-encompassing and gave birth to 10,000 Dao. Good. Only such a supreme treasure can be passed down from generation to generation, and be the indestructible foundation of the human race. With this imperial court, no matter how harsh and difficult the environment the human race faces in the future, it can guarantee that the inheritance will not be lost. In Feng Zichen's eyes, the human Dao imperial court was not only a supreme treasure, but also the future of the human race, shouldering the heavy responsibility of strengthening the human race. Chaos bead come. Feng Zichen reached out, and the chaos bead automatically appeared in his hand, blooming with hazy light. Go. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen sent the chaos bead into the center of the human Dao imperial court. Immediately, chaos chi surged out, and the connate Dao diagrams spread out one by one, forming a divine diagram of the great Dao and merging with the human Dao imperial court. Boom. The imperial court of human Dao's power was completely activated. Its light grew even more resplendent. Innate formation runes appeared. It was the chaos formation that had activated the imperial court of human Tao's power. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, tens of thousands of spirits appeared and roared endlessly towards the sky. Vast divine might rumbled out and fully displayed the might of the imperial court of human Tao. Imperial court, the center of power of the world. Looking at the human Tao imperial court before him, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of something. In the future, regardless of the size of the imperial court, they all had imperial seals to show their legitimacy. He, the number one imperial court of the human Tao, lacked this item. In addition, the imperial jade seal's function was not as simple as symbolizing orthodoxy. It was also a symbol of power, and had the ability to unify all forces. It could also suppress one's luck, making it the most suitable item to be used as a legacy treasure. With that in mind, Feng Zichen looked at the imperial court of human Tao again. For some reason, he felt like something was missing. It was no longer as perfect as before. That's true. Although the human Tao imperial court has been completed, it lacks something to suppress it. It can't gather all the forces. Even if I want to pass it down in the future, it will be extremely troublesome. Looks like I still have to refine this human Tao imperial jade seal. Thinking of the benefits of having an imperial jade seal, Feng Zichen was tempted and decided to refine one himself. In the future, the human race also had their own legacy treasure, the Kongtong seal. However, that was a supreme treasure nurtured by the era of the three emperors. It was still the era of the shamans and demons. Who knew how many years he would have to wait for it to appear? Therefore, to Feng Zichen, who was in a hurry to use it, the Kongtong seal was useless. Since I'm going to refine the human emperor's seal, I'll refine the best one. I'll make it a true supreme treasure of the human race, and lead the primordial world races. I'll inherit the fate of the human race and completely replace the Kongtong seal. Feng Zichen had his own pride. It was fine if he did not refine it, but if he did, his seal had to be the number one in the primordial world. It completely represented the orthodoxy of the human race and the inheritance of the human race. As for how to deal with the Kongtong seal when it appeared in the future, Feng Zichen felt that with the human emperor's seal, why would he need the Kongtong seal? Anyway, in the future, although the Kongtong seal was a supreme treasure of the human race, it had never been truly controlled by the human race. From the beginning to the end, there was only one owner of the Kongtong seal, and that was the Grand Pure One. Even if the three emperors were at their peak and gathered the destiny of the human race and controlled the rise and fall of the 10,000 races, they were only holding the Kongtong seal on behalf of the Grand Pure One. They were far from being its true owner. Thinking about it, as the symbol of the human emperor, the Kongtong seal had gone through the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. It had gathered the destiny of countless humans. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the human race's race artifact. However, such an important treasure was not under the control of the human race. Wasn't that a joke? The human race had fought for countless years. Countless ancestors had sacrificed their heads and shed their blood for it. However, they had to give a share of the fruits of their labor to the Grand Pure One for him to enjoy. Not only that, after sharing the fruits of their labor, they had to be grateful to him. How could he tolerate this? Since that was the case, there was no need for the Kongtong seal. This was something that was extremely important to the human race, but was completely out of their control. Not only would it not be beneficial to the development of the human race, but it would also restrict the development of the human race. It would also help outsiders snatch the fruits of the human race's labor. Therefore, no matter how good the Kongtong seal was, if it could not be controlled by the human race, it could not be kept. Now Feng Zichen was going to refine a human emperor's seal that truly belonged to the human race. He was going to use it as the inheritance treasure of the human race, and completely destroy the Kongtong seal. At that moment, Feng Zichen's mind stirred, and he took out the Panga's finger bone that he had obtained from the ruins of End. He had originally planned to enshrine that treasure in the ancestral temple, to increase the destiny of the human race. However, now that he wanted to refine the human emperor's seal, was there any better material than the Panga's finger bone? That was the best treasure in the primordial world. It was also the treasure that could represent the orthodoxy of the primordial world. In the primordial world, What treasure could represent orthodoxy more than the remnant body left behind by the creator of the world? No. The Panga's remnant body was the most orthodox treasure in the primordial world. As for the treasure that could represent the orthodoxy of the primordial world, it was enough to represent the orthodoxy of the Tao, not to mention the orthodoxy of the human race. Compared to the Kongtong seal, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. There was no comparison at all. If not for the fact that the Tao runes in the Panga's fingerbone had been completely lost, this treasure would have been enough to be refined into the heavenly emperor's seal and become the symbol of the entire primordial world. It would have been supreme and become a connate cardinal treasure in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, in order to destroy the chaos fiend celestial, the charm of the great Tao of this treasure had been completely lost. Apart from the indestructible bone body, there was nothing left. Otherwise, he could have directly turned into a connate cardinal treasure. There was no need for outsiders to refine it. Even so, the human emperor's seal refined with the Panga's fingerbone would at least be a supreme-grade connate cardinal treasure. It was much stronger than the Kongtong seal. Chapter 276. Connate was naturally stronger than postnatal. The so-called postnatal supreme treasures were comparable to connate spiritual treasures only in terms of power. They were far inferior in other aspects. As for postnatal supreme treasures that were more powerful than connate spiritual treasures, there were only a few. In the entire untainted land, there were only 3: Buddha Pagoda, Sky-throwing seal, and Kongtong seal. The materials of these 3 treasures were all top grade. Naturally, they could surpass ordinary connate spiritual treasures. But because of this, these 3 supreme treasures were not universal. They could only be found by chance. Otherwise, the limit of postnatal supreme treasures would not be to go against the connate and become connate spiritual treasures. Great Taoist priests, your junior Feng Zichen wants to refine the Emperor's seal to inherit the human path and maintain the order of all living beings. I hope great Taoist priests can help me. After placing Panga's fingerbone on the altar, Feng Zichen tidied his clothes and bowed respectfully. Panga's fingerbone was so hard that Feng Zichen could not refine it. Even if he used a connate supreme treasure for hundreds of years, he would not be able to break it. Unless the top 10 chaos demon gods came. Even if Tao ancestor Hongjun came, he might not be able to shatter it. The only way to refine Panga's fingerbone was to pray to Pangu and ask him to refine it. That was why the current scene was happening. As for whether Pangu would agree or not, Feng Zichen was not worried at all. Not to mention that he was favored by Pangu, he still had the heavy responsibility that Pangu had given him. In order to give Feng Zichen some benefits, Pangu would not refuse. Sure enough, not long after Feng Zichen's request, Panga's fingerbone on the altar changed. There was a flash of purple light, and Panga's fingerbone gradually melted, forming a purple liquid. Panga's fingerbone was purple, because purple was the color of the great Tao. It was the most honorable color in the world. Thank you, great Taoist priests, for your help. Seeing the changes in Panga's fingerbones, Feng Zichen hurriedly bowed. From now on, Zichen will definitely protect the untainted land and repay the kindness of the great Taoist priests. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen swore. As for words of thanks, Feng Zichen didn't say them. There was no need for him to say them. Speeding up the evolution of the primordial world and protecting its safety was the greatest reward for Pangu. No matter how much he expressed his gratitude in words, it was not as practical as his actions. Of course, even if Feng Zichen didn't guarantee anything, Pangu wouldn't care. That was because Panga's love for the primordial world was selfless. He did not need the gratitude of all living beings. The gratitude of all living beings was meaningless to him. Chaos bead. After staring at the purple liquid in front of him for a long time, Feng Zichen called softly and recalled the chaos bead from the human Tao imperial court. Although Panga's fingerbone was good, he had lost his Taoist runes after all. Even if it was refined into the human emperor's seal, other than suppressing fate and being incomparably hard, it had no other abilities. That wasn't what Feng Zichen wanted. What he wanted was a powerful connate supreme treasure that could suppress all worlds. He didn't want a connate numinous treasure that was useless other than being hard. Therefore, Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead. He wanted to use the chaos bead as the core and Panga's fingerbone as the main body to create a human emperor's seal that could carry the entire human Dao imperial court. With the support of the mighty power of human Dao, it would completely transform into a human supreme treasure. Feng Zichen believed that the chaos bead, which was already a half-step connate supreme treasure, would definitely be promoted to a connate supreme treasure after fusing with Panga's fingerbone. Even if it couldn't, it would be enough with the mighty power of human Dao. In fact, Feng Zichen was still a little worried about the chaos bead being promoted to a connate supreme treasure. He was afraid that the heavenly Dao wouldn't allow the chaos bead to exist. This wasn't a conclusion he came to by random guesses. There were precedents to follow. The heavenly Dao had always been extremely afraid of chaos supreme treasures. This was because their powerful power was enough to interfere with the operation of the primordial world and destroy the balance of the world. Therefore, the heavenly Dao would definitely not allow the existence of chaos supreme treasures. Even if it was possible, it wouldn't allow it. The 36th grade Chaos Green Lotus had contributed greatly when Pangu opened the world. In the primordial world, it could be called a heaven-opening sacred artifact. However, it was because of this that the connate supreme treasure left behind by the Chaos Green Lotus, the 24th grade Creation Green Lotus, was completely destroyed by the heavenly Dao with the help of the three pure ones, because it had the possibility of growing into a Chaos Green Lotus. From this, it could be seen that the heavenly Dao was afraid of chaos supreme treasures. It didn't even let go of heaven-opening sacred artifacts. And the Chaos Green Lotus with such a status was shattered by the heavenly Dao. If the Chaos Bead, whose status was far inferior to the Chaos Green Lotus, wanted to advance to a connate supreme treasure, his outcome would probably be even worse. He might directly attract the most terrifying heavenly punishment and be destroyed on the spot, completely disappearing. However, after fusing with Panga's fingerbone and the support of the power of the human Dao, the heavenly Dao might not dare to destroy the chaos bead. Between the heavenly Dao and the human Dao, Feng Zichen felt that the heavenly Dao should be stronger. However, Feng Zichen knew that the heavenly Dao would never attack the human Dao. The three paths of heaven, earth, and human were formed by Panga's essence, energy, and spirit. According to the principles of cultivation, among the three of essence, energy, and spirit, spirit was the highest, followed by qi, and essence was the lowest. Therefore, the heavenly Dao was the strongest, followed by the earth Dao, and then the human Dao. However, the path of cultivation was to refine essence into qi, and refine qi into spirit. From this, it could be seen that essence gave birth to life, and qi gave birth to spirit. Essence was the foundation of qi and spirit. In other words, although the human Dao was the weakest among the three paths, it was the foundation of the earth Dao and the heavenly Dao. Without the heavenly Dao, a new heavenly Dao might be born if the human Dao and the earth Dao worked together. However, without the human Dao, the earth Dao and the heavenly Dao would lose their foundation. They would probably lose the meaning of existence and completely disappear. The primordial world would also be destroyed. Therefore, Feng Zichen was sure that the heavenly Dao would not attack the human Dao. Perhaps in the end, the heavenly Dao could only pinch its nose and admit the existence of the connate cardinal treasure, the chaos bead. No, at that time, it would no longer be the chaos bead, but the human emperor's seal. The human race will prosper. After shouting silently, Feng Zichen first placed the chaos bead into the purple liquid. Then he activated the power of the human Dao and began to refine the human emperor's seal. Since he was going to refine a human Dao treasure, it was definitely the most suitable one. It would definitely be stronger and more perfect than the human emperor's seal that Feng Zichen had refined. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and stripped the human emperor's Dao seat from his body and fused it into the human emperor's seal that was being refined. As the symbol of the human emperor, if it did not have the imperial purple qi, how could it suppress the four seas and control the universe? Not only that, after fusing the human emperor's Dao seat, the next person who held the human emperor's seal in the future would be able to reach the late stage of the sage to be and become the human emperor. This seal had completely become the symbol of the human emperor. The human emperor's seal was not an artifact of a person, but an artifact of a race. Only then could it become a true inheritance treasure. Chapter 277. The Human Emperor's Seal and the Human Emperor's Imperial Court were inherited treasures that Feng Zichen had specially refined for the human race. Fortunately, after he left the human race, they continued to protect the human race for him. Therefore, Feng Zichen naturally did his best to refine them. He used the best treasures he had. His path was in the boundless starry sky, in the center of the universe, in the wonderful primordial world, and not in this corner of the human race. He had to leave the human race in the end. After the massacre, Feng Zichen would leave the human race and return to the Ziwei star, waiting for the end of the shaman and demon tribulation. After that, he would return to the primordial world as the great emperor of Ziwei, and create his own legend. Now he would do his best to do whatever he could for the human race, so that he would not have any regrets in the future. Khanate cardinal treasures were born from the creation of heaven and earth. They contain the truth of the universe and were true treasures of heaven and earth. In theory, Khanate cardinal treasures were the same as primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. The amount of effort required to refine a Khanate supreme treasure was absolutely astonishing. Fortunately, Feng Zichen was only responsible for providing the materials for the human emperor's seal. The rest was refined by the human emperor himself. Otherwise, if Feng Zichen refined it himself, even if he had all the materials and exhausted all his effort, he would not be able to refine it. Just like that, another 10,000 years passed. The refinement of a Khanate cardinal treasure was too difficult. With sufficient preparation, even with the human emperor's ability, it took 10,000 years to refine it successfully. Is this a Khanate cardinal treasure? It's indeed extraordinary. At this moment in front of Feng Zichen, the chaos bead and Panga's finger bone had long disappeared. Only a large purple seal was left. This was the human emperor's seal, a Khanate cardinal treasure. A Khanate cardinal treasure refined by the human emperor could represent the human emperor's will and carry the human emperor's seal. The human emperor's seal was not only the seal of the human race, but also the seal of the human race. It was the symbol of the human race's supreme power. It represented supreme power and could dominate all races and mobilize the power of all spirits. Of course, Feng Zichen did not dare to mobilize the power of all races. Did he really think that the shamans and demons were gone? If he really mobilized the power of all races, the experts of the shamans and demons would sense it and kill Feng Zichen before he could do so. In the last battle, the shamans and demons had declared the human emperor's majesty. They did not fear of the saints. Therefore, Feng Zichen had no ability to resist the shamans and demons. Emperor's seal. Emperor's seal. Times had changed. This power was too terrifying. It was enough to shake one's heart and make one unable to resist. Even the world was trembling. A Khanate cardinal treasure was born. Moreover, it was a cardinal treasure that belonged to the human path. At this moment, a realization appeared in the hearts of many great divines, allowing them to know the reason for the matter. Khanate cardinal treasure. Where is it? Without any hesitation, the great divines moved. Powerful divine thoughts rose from their bodies and swept through the entire untainted land, trying to find the location of the human path cardinal treasure. Boom. Under their divine thoughts, the entire untainted land was shaking. The void creaked as if it could not bear the weight. Even the operation of the rules of heaven and earth was temporarily stagnant. The living beings of the untainted land were pressed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear, thinking that the world was about to end. Unfortunately, these great divines were disappointed. They searched every corner that they could search, but they did not find any trace of the Khanate cardinal treasure. If it were not for the remnant aura of the Khanate cardinal treasure that was leaked when it was born, they would have thought that what they sensed just now was an illusion. Forget it. In the end, it's not fated with us. After a few sighs, the divine thoughts that were wandering in the void retreated one after another. The untainted land returned to peace. The shadow of death that covered the hearts of all living beings slowly dissipated. The Khanate cardinal treasure was flawless and contained a complete great Tao. It was the most perfect existence in the untainted land. Its essence was equivalent to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In other words, a Khanate cardinal treasure was equivalent to a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Chapter 278. Primordial Chaos Daoyuo Jinxian's Khanate origin was the embryo of a Khanate supreme treasure. Even if Khanate supreme treasures had all kinds of restrictions, their essence was still higher than that of great divinities. In this way, how could those great divinities calculate the whereabouts of Khanate supreme treasures? As for saints, they couldn't calculate the whereabouts of Khanate supreme treasures. Khanate supreme treasures couldn't develop intelligence and couldn't transform. Because of this, they had the strength of saints but couldn't take the initiative to use it. As the saying went, there were gains and losses. Although Khanate supreme treasures had lost the possibility of transforming, they had achieved unimaginable achievements in shielding the heavenly secrets. Unless a Khanate supreme treasure appeared on its own, even if saints turned the entire primordial world upside down, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of Khanate supreme treasures. Otherwise, the two saints Zhu and Ti would have searched the primordial world for Khanate supreme treasures long ago. They wouldn't be sitting peacefully on Mount Meru like now, drooling at the Khanate supreme treasures in the hands of the three pure ones. They really couldn't find them. Holding the human emperor's seal in his hand, Feng Zichen had a feeling that he wasn't holding the human emperor's seal, but the entire race. At this moment, he seemed to be able to control the rise and fall of all races and the life and death of countless living beings. Of course, Feng Zichen knew that this was just an illusion. Controlling the life and death of all living beings was the power of the true human emperor. And he was only the emperor of the human race. He still had a long way to go before he could become the human emperor. He was far from being able to do this now. At most, he could control the life and death of the human race and borrow the power of all living beings. Rise. He sank his mind into the human emperor's seal. In an instant, everything about the human emperor's seal was reflected in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness. That's right, it was the human emperor's seal. Apart from being a supreme treasure of the human race, the human emperor's seal was also the center of the human emperor's seal. It controlled everything about the human emperor's seal. Rise. Rumble. The entire human emperor's seal was shaking. The chaos formation was activated, and the great Tao divine diagram slowly spread out. Chaos chi surged out, and the phantoms of all living beings appeared one after another. Then, the human emperor's figure suddenly disappeared from this place, and appeared in the sky above the East Sea. The imperial dynasty was vast and boundless. The moment it appeared, it covered the sun, causing the East Ocean to sink into darkness. The changes in the sky immediately caught the attention of the human race. Then, what's that? Looking at the huge divine city in the sky, the clansmen fell into deep shock. They had lived on the shores of the East Ocean for a long time, and had never seen such a vast and majestic imperial dynasty. They were already really calm that they didn't exclaim, "Is this the imperial court your majesty mentioned? It's unimaginably powerful. It's us who are ignorant." The ordinary clansmen didn't know what this was, but the elders of the human race understood the origin of the imperial court in the sky after some thought. If there were no surprises, this was the human emperor who had gone against the wishes of the masses to establish the imperial court of the human race. Just by looking at it from afar, even with their Tai Jingxian cultivation, they felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. From this, it could be seen how powerful this imperial court was. Thinking back to what they had said to Feng Zichen earlier, it seemed a bit laughable now. Perhaps they were really old and couldn't keep up with the times. Ignoring the clansman's shock, Feng Zichen didn't show himself. Instead, he took out a fishing net. Now the human emperor's imperial court wasn't complete yet. He still needed to make some preparations. Behind Feng Zichen, the world tree appeared silently. It lowered the world origin and burned the fishing net in Feng Zichen's hand. At the same time, the human emperor's seal also trembled. It spewed out chaos origin and burned the fishing net. The chaos bead was only the core. Feng Zichen had refined it into the human emperor's seal. Its essence hadn't been destroyed and still existed. It was just that its appearance had changed. Moreover, after transforming into the human emperor's seal, the chaos bead had completely advanced to a Khanate treasure. It nurtured even more chaos origin. Not only that, the chaos bead's characteristics didn't disappear with its change. It could still absorb the fragments of the past and continue to advance. The fishing net in Feng Zichen's hand was none other than the net that had captured Ao Shui back then. It was the first net in the primordial world, an acquired merit numinous treasure. He took out this net. Just like how he refined the Swerin lamp back then, he wanted to refine another inheritance treasure for the human race. An inescapable net. Before this net, there was no net-shaped numinous treasure in the primordial world. In other words, this net had great luck and great merit. A treasure refined with it could definitely seal all directions and trap all living beings. It couldn't be more appropriate to call it an inescapable net. Now, Feng Zichen's cultivation had far surpassed before. Refining such a numinous treasure didn't require as much effort as before. Not long after, the fishing net completely merged with the luck of the human race and became a new inheritance treasure. Go. Throwing out the inescapable net, Feng Zichen nodded in satisfaction as he watched it expand and envelop the human emperor's palace. After being enveloped by the inescapable net, the radiance on the human emperor's palace gradually dimmed. It became less eye-catching and ordinary. Compared to the ordinary cities in the primordial world, there was no difference other than floating in the air. Now that the human race was weak, it was better not to be too ostentatious. It was better to accumulate food and slowly become king. Elders, the human emperor's palace has been completed. Do you want to follow me to take a look? Looking at the human elders who were filled with emotion, Feng Zichen asked. Of course. Such a supreme treasure is the first time we've seen it in our lives. If we don't take a look, wouldn't we regret it for the rest of our lives? The elders nodded and said excitedly. To them, even Khanate numinous treasures were rare, let alone a supreme treasure like the human emperor's palace. Elders, you must be joking. Smiling, Feng Zichen led the elders into the palace. While Feng Zichen was in seclusion to refine the human emperor's palace, the primordial world also quietly changed. On Kunlun Mountain, the conflict between the disciples of the Chan sect and the Jie sect became more and more irreconcilable. The disciples of the two sects quarreled all day, turning the peaceful holy land of Kunlun Mountain into a wet market. Insults were endless. If not for Xianqing's suppression, the disciples of the two sects would have already fought each other. However, even so, as the conflict between the two sides deepened, it had already affected the saints. Because of this, the Grand Master of Heaven and the Primordial Lord of Heaven had already quarreled several times. The three Pure Ones were not far away from splitting up. On the sun, Tai's aura was even stronger. Behind him, the Tai will rose slowly, operating the supreme truths of the heavenly Tao, reflecting the rules of the world and encompassing everything in the universe. As it spun, it seemed as if countless worlds were born and destroyed in it, deducing all kinds of truths. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 279. A flawless, primordial, and supreme Tao rune emanated from Donghuang Tai's body. It distorted endless time and space, and changed the laws of heaven and earth. Clearly, after the last battle, Donghuang Tai's strength had improved again. He was not far from the primordial chaos Tao realm, and could step into it at any time. Tai was born with the bell of chaos. He could be said to be the true son of an era. In the primordial world, whether it was the past or the future, there was no one else who was born with a Khanate cardinal treasure other than him. Even the first Khanate life form born in the primordial world, Daoist Hongjun, was far inferior to Tai when he was born. The three Pure Ones and the 12 ancestral shamans of Pangu did not have Khanate cardinal treasures when they were born. It could be said that Tai's treatment when he was born was the best in the primordial world. No one could compare to him. Logically speaking, Tai, who was born with such a halo, should be the most dazzling light in the primordial world, suppressing everything. In fact, it was the same. Ever since Tai descended, no one of his peers could compete with him. He defeated all his enemies, suppressing his peers until they could not breathe. Under his brilliance, they were overshadowed. If the three pure ones and the others had not received the help of Hongming's purple qi and reached the heavens in one step, becoming saints, Tai's strength was still the best in the primordial world. With Tai's talent, even if he could not become a saint, he could become a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. But now, he was still in the quasi-saint realm and had not taken that crucial step. This was completely because the heavenly court was dragging him down. That's right, it was the heavenly court's burden. To Dijun and the others, the establishment of the heavenly court had great benefits. It could allow them to use the providence of heaven and earth to cultivate, improve their comprehension, and quickly break through to a higher realm. But it was different for Tai. He did not need the help of the providence of heaven and earth at all, because his comprehension was the best in the primordial world. There was no way for him to improve. Instead, after the establishment of the heavenly court, countless karma gathered and dragged down Tai's cultivation. It made him unable to transcend heaven and earth and achieve primordial chaos. He could not break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm. In the eyes of outsiders, it was the heavenly court that made Tai Donghuang famous. But the truth was that the celestial court was a burden to Tai, preventing him from becoming the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, Tai was still Tai in the end. In the battle with Panga's true body, he had profited from the disaster and comprehended the chaos Dao insight. He believed that it would not be long before he could take another step forward and become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. At that time, it would be a grand occasion in the primordial world. Something had happened to the demon clan, and the witch clan was no exception. Strolling in the western land of the primordial world, Hutu could not help but look sad. This sorrowful expression was for the western continent. As the mother of the earth, the emotions of the west could not be hidden from her senses. The resentment hidden in the depths of the earth was clearly transmitted into his heart, causing a wave of sadness to surge out from his heart. Wisps of holy light bloomed from Huta's body and surged towards the western continent, spreading for hundreds of millions of miles. It purified the tribulation aura, murderous aura, resentment aura, and a series of hidden auras. This was the origin of the earth, the foundation of Hutu. It was formed by her cultivation and was her innate origin. In other words, she was saving the western continent at the cost of damaging her own origin. Even if Huta's strength was not the best in the primordial world, she could still be ranked at the top of the first rate. Her innate origin was naturally extraordinary. If all of it was taken out, it would be a top-grade innate spirit treasure. Even if it was only a part, it would be easy to help a cultivator at the peak of Tai Jingxian break through to the Daoyuo Jingxian. If such a miraculous treasure was integrated into any place, it could create a blessed land. But in the western continent it could not. The battle back then had completely destroyed the western continent, causing the land here to almost lose the possibility of recovery. Although Huta's strength was powerful, she was still much weaker than the demon ancestor Rahu. The demon ancestor Rahu had done everything he could to self-destruct. How could the Huta sacrifice a part of her innate origin to make up for the damage? If the western continent could be repaired with the Earth's origin alone, Jia-in would have done such a simple thing in advance. How could he sit back and watch the western continent decline? After all, with their strength, it was not difficult to find the Earth's origin. The Earth's origin was really useless. In order to revive the western continent, they had used all the methods they could think of. As a treasure of the Earth's origin was naturally used at the first moment. But unfortunately, it was useless. No method was useful. At this point, unless there was a huge change in the western continent, there was no way for it to recover. Otherwise, Dao ancestor Hongjun would not have taken out two saint positions to resolve this karma. Hutu wanted to use her own innate origin to repair the western continent, but she was thinking too much. In the depths of the earth, a powerful resentment suddenly surged out. With the power to erode everything, it destroyed the earth that had been repaired by the front and back earth, restoring it to the previous ruined place. Sigh, The destruction caused by the great war of immortals and demons is so terrifying. Countless years have passed, but there is still no chance of the Western continent recovering. The change in front of her was not beyond her expectations. With her cultivation, how could she not know that her innate origin was useless? But that was not the reason why she did not act. If she tried, she might fail. But if she did not try, she would never succeed. Perhaps, Father God will have a way. As she sighed, Huta's eyes lit up as she thought of a possibility. The primordial world was formed by Panga's flesh and blood. They did not have the ability to repair the primordial world, but Panga definitely could. Panga was omnipotent. This was recognized by the primordial world. Father God, Huta has offended you. After bowing to the void, Huta formed a Tao seal and invited Panga's heart from Panga's hall. Panga's heart was the greatest gift that Pangu had left for the Magi. It was also the reason why the 12 ancestral Magi were confident that they were more orthodox than the 3 pure ones. Otherwise, why would they have Panga's hall, the 12 divine beings' formation, and Panga's heart? As for the 3 pure ones, other than the heaven-opening mark, only the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth was inferior to them. Panga's heart was indeed the most precious treasure of the Magi and the primordial world. Usually, the Magi would worship him in Panga's hall, and not use him unless it was a critical moment. Today, Huta could invite Panga's heart not to repair the Western continent, but to draw a map of the primordial world. The damage to the Western continent was too severe. It was almost impossible to restore the ancient landscape and draw a map of the primordial world. Therefore, the Magi planned to use the ability of Panga's heart to communicate with the Western continent and find the most primitive landscape of the ancient West from the remaining historical traces. Chapter 280. The drawing of the map of the primordial world was related to the future of the Magi. It was of great importance. For that, it was worth inviting Panga's heart. However, the Magi planned to draw the map of the primordial world. However, when the Lady of Earth saw that the Western land was barren, she suddenly felt benevolent. She wanted to repair the Western land while drawing the map of the primordial world. If the other ancestral Magi knew about it, it would be terrible. One had to know that Pangu had already transformed into the world. The heart he had left behind had long lost its endless power. The power that Panga's heart had now been accumulated over countless years. Every bit that was consumed required a lot of time to recover. If not for that, the Magi would have long unified the primordial world with Panga's heart. Not to mention the demons, even a saint might not be able to resist the power of Panga's heart. How could she worship Panga's heart in the Panga Hall like now? Unless she had no choice, she would not use it. In the primordial world, the stronger the power, the more restricted it would be to prevent breaking the balance that the heavenly Tao was trying to maintain. If she used the power of Panga's heart to repair the Western land, it was hard to say if she could repair it. However, the power that Panga's heart had accumulated over so many years would definitely be exhausted. Then the Magi would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, if the other ancestral Magi knew what the Lady of Earth was thinking, they would definitely not allow her to mess around. Unfortunately, they did not know. Of course, they would not have thought that the Lady of Earth would use the power of Panga's heart without their consent. Go. After taking out Panga's heart, the Lady of Earth cut her wrist and dripped her blood essence on it. As the direct descendant of Pangu, the ancestral Magi could use their blood essence as a guide to maximize the power of Panga's heart. Dong, dong, dong. In an instant, Panga's heart seemed to have come alive. It began to beat violently and burst out with a bright purple light that enveloped the mountains and rivers within a radius of billions of miles. The sound of the heartbeat wasn't loud at first, but as time passed, it gradually resonated with the world. First, the laws of heaven and earth pulsated, and then the great Tao pulsated as well. The entire Western continent was shaking. Heaven and earth produced an indescribable Tao rhythm. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the Western continent at the same time. It was brilliant and varied, and it attracted the attention of countless Western creatures. What? On Mount Meru, Zhuanti and Jiayin, who were meditating on the great Tao, were shocked out of their meditation by the sudden change. That's Hutu. What is he doing? What are the treasures around him? As soon as they came back to their senses, their eyes were attracted by Hutu. There were only 2 of them in the west. Hutu's strength was as dazzling as the sun when she came to the west. It would be strange if they did not discover her. That's Panga's heart. There's no mistaking it. This aura is incomparably powerful, incomparably imposing, incomparably holy, making us feel ashamed of our inferiority. Only the great Taoist priests can do this. This is Panga's heart. In just a moment, Zhuanti and Jian recognized the origin of Panga's heart. In the untainted land, only Panga's strength could make saints feel ashamed of their inferiority. Hutu is repairing the Western continent. She is actually using Panga's heart to repair the Western continent. Is she crazy? She is repairing the ancestral bloodline of the West at the cost of the wizard tribe's strength. What benefits does she get by doing this? But the next discovery shocked and surprised Zhuanti. Hutu did not hesitate to consume the foundation of the wizard tribe to strengthen the Western continent. Didn't it sound ridiculous? Was Hutu an idiot? Perhaps Zhuanti and Jian had schemed too much, and their hearts had gradually changed. They had forgotten that there were people in this world who had great love and selfless dedication. In their eyes, Hutu's actions were really absurd and ridiculous. Wisps of purple light flowed out of Panga's heart and poured into the Western continent, constantly repairing the damaged earth veins. Panga was in existence on par with Tao. His strength could no longer be called strength. It could be called Tao Aura, which contained the power of Tao. Under this power, the resentment in the depths of the Western continent that could not be eliminated slowly dissipated, causing a new trace of vitality to appear on the Western continent. As the resentment of the earth dissipated, the Western ancestral bloodline, which had not moved since the end of the ancient times, suddenly fluctuated under Mount Meru. There was a wisp of vitality. Although it was weak, it really existed and represented infinite possibilities. The Western continent is saved. Seeing this wisp of vitality, Zhuanti could not help but shout excitedly. As long as this wisp of vitality was not lost, the Western ancestral bloodline would completely recover one day. As for how long it would take, it would depend on the ability of Zhuanti and Jian. Roar. A resonant dragon's roar rang out, bringing with it the joy of regaining life. It spread throughout the entire Western continent. This was the sound of the Western ancestral bloodline. Suddenly, a golden rain fell from the sky, washing away the murderous aura and tribulation aura that filled the Western lands. The entire Western continent was cleared. Buzz! At this moment, Panga's heart suddenly trembled for a moment. He retracted all the strange phenomena, broke through the void, and returned to Panga's palace. It was because only a few 100,000 years had passed since the last great witch demon war. The power that Panga's heart had consumed had not fully recovered. The power required to restore the Western continent was enormous. In just a short while, it had consumed 70 to 80% of the remaining power of Panga's heart. Panga's heart was the backup plan that Pangu had left for the sorcerer tribe. Realizing that his power had been severely depleted, he would not allow Hutu to cause trouble. He immediately retracted his power and returned to Panga's palace. No matter what the situation was, Panga's heart would retain 10% of its power in case anything happened to the sorcerer tribe, and he was unable to help. This was the last guarantee that Pangu could make for the sorcerer tribe. Hutu, alas. In Panga's palace, as soon as Panga's heart returned, Dijiang sensed the change in his body. At that moment, Dijiang's face changed directly. He became extremely angry, and his face was full of anger. The void was turbulent because of it, and layers of ripples were formed. But after that, he sighed helplessly and sat back down. After all, it was the responsibility of the sorcerer tribe to protect the untainted land. They had failed to do anything since the Western continent had been destroyed. What Hutu did today was not wrong. Dijiang had no reason to blame her. That's not right. The Lady of Earth was wrong. She didn't discuss it with the Dijiang and the others beforehand. Chapter 281. Rumble. Although Panga's heart had left, the changes in the Western land did not stop. Khanate chi spewed out from under Mount Meru and spread towards the entire western land. Under this influence, a touch of green gradually appeared in the barren western land. It was the Khanate spiritual medicine. Since the end of the ancient times, the Khanate spiritual medicine had finally appeared in the western land again. In the past, not to mention the Khanate spiritual medicine, even ordinary Khanate spiritual herbs were rare. It was considered good fortune to be able to see one within a radius of 100,000 miles. The reappearance of the Khanate spiritual medicine was enough to show that Huda's efforts were effective. The western land had regained its vitality and was developing in a good direction. Whoosh! After the changes in the western land ended, a ray of light flew out from the deepest part of the land and entered Huda's body. It was a memory hidden in the depths of the earth. It recorded the changes of time, the evolution of the earth, and endless creation. Moreover, it also recorded the purpose of Huda's visit, the map of the western land of the primordial world. This also made Huda heave a sigh of relief. In order to repair the western land, she had almost exhausted the power of Panga's heart. If she had not obtained the map of the western land, even if she was an ancestral wizard, she would not be able to explain herself when she returned to the wizard tribe. One must know that Panga's heart did not belong to her alone, but to the entire wizard tribe. She did not discuss with the other ancestral wizards, and used the power of Panga's heart to repair the western land without authorization. This was obviously a little overboard. Even if the other ancestral wizards did not say anything, they would still be dissatisfied in their hearts and it would affect the unity of the wizard tribe. The unity of the 12 ancestral wizards was the foundation of the wizard tribe's domination of the primordial world. If their hearts were scattered, the wizard tribe was not far from extinction. Since her purpose of coming here had been achieved, the resentment in the hearts of her brothers and sisters should be reduced a lot. Just as Huda was thinking about this, a change occurred in the sky again. A bright golden light appeared. It was boundless and covered the sky, illuminating the western land with a golden color. Even in the void, countless lotus flowers appeared, swaying and emitting a fragrance. The heaven and earth merit chi had arrived. The western land was revitalized, making the primordial world more perfect. This was a great merit. The endless creatures of the west benefited from this, opening up their Tao paths. This was a great virtue. Just like that, the heavens and earth immediately reacted and sent down boundless merit as a reward. This merit was even more than the merit that Feng Zichen obtained when he established the Khanate sword Tao, and the three pure ones established the three sects. It was second only to the creation of humans by Nuwa. It was really rare in the primordial world. The merit split into two in the air. 80% flew to Hutu while 20% flew to the shamans and fused with their providence. Logically speaking, this 20% merit should have landed in Panga's heart. Unfortunately, Panga's heart was too extraordinary. If he did not take the initiative to appear, the heavenly Tao could not find any traces of him. He could only give the merit that belonged to him to the destiny of the Magi. However, it was almost the same anyway. Panga's heart did not need merit because it was useless to him. In this world, there were not many treasures that could be of use to Pangu. If even the great Tao merit points couldn't do it, then the heaven and earth merit points wouldn't do either. If the merit of the great Tao was useful, the three pure ones, the 12 ancestral magi, and the primordial world would not exist. Go. Looking at the merit flying towards her, Huta waved her jade-like arm and split it into two. One part of it fused into the destiny of the Magi, and the other part fused into the western land. Immediately, the western land changed again. It rumbled and trembled. Earth veins recovered and earth chi spewed out like dragons and tigers. The density of Khanate chi increased greatly. In fact, there was already vitality surging in the place where the earth veins gathered. Clearly, Khanate life forms were being nurtured. Nurturing life was the foundation of the earth. The western land was nurturing Khanate life forms again. This meant that it was becoming more stable. It was gradually getting rid of the influence of the immortal fiend war, and was beginning to emit vitality. In the unknown land of the primordial world, where the destiny of the Magi was, it was pitch black as far as the eye could see. That was negative karma. It was boundless and could not be seen. It covered up the destiny of the Magi and could not be seen at all. This meant that the luck of the Magi was over. If nothing went wrong, the Magi would not be far from complete decline. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. 2 merit points descended from the sky and forcefully opened a gap in the boundless negative karma, revealing the destiny of the Magi. This meant that the Magi had a chance of survival. A change had happened. This was something that had never happened in history. According to the original trajectory of history, Hutu, like most Khanate godfiends, would not come to the barren west, let alone repair the western land. Now, for the sake of the primordial world, not only did Hutu come, but she also revived the western land, causing everything to change. Feng Zichen changed history once again. The situation in the primordial world became more and more incomprehensible. Goddess Hutu is merciful and boundless. At that moment, all the living beings in the west prostrated on the ground and chanted the name of Goddess Hutu, praising her benevolence and greatness. These praises came from the bottom of their hearts. It could be said that in the hearts of all the living beings in the west, Hutu's status had already surpassed that of Zhuanti. After all, no matter how good Zhuanti was, he could not benefit every living being in the west. However, Hutu had done it. Even the 2 saints, Zhuanti and Zhuanti, bowed slightly to show their respect. Previously, the 2 of them had suspected that Hutu had some ulterior motive. However, after seeing Hutu put merit into the western land, they completely dispelled their doubts. They understood that Hutu was truly selfless. How enormous would that amount of merit be? Zhuanti and Zhuanti believed that it could immediately make someone become a primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. However, Hutu did not even hesitate to send such merit out. Zhuanti's eyebrows twitched when he saw that. It was also this scene that made them understand that Hutu was a truly merciful person. Just like Pangu, she had great love for the primordial world. At that moment, their hearts were filled with respect for Hutu. That was the character that a saint should have. They were far inferior. It was really shameful for a saint. One had to know that the current Hutu was very different from the Hutu in the legends of history. In the past, merit was useless to the Magi, so they could give it up. However, ever since Feng Zichen passed down the Tao of Godfiends, the Magi had been cultivating their true spirits day and night. They could already use their true spirits to absorb merit. Merit was no longer something dispensable to the Magi. It was extremely important. It was a treasure that could increase one's cultivation level. However, even so, Hutu still did not hesitate to give up her merit. How? How could this not be admirable? This kind of person who had great love in his heart, the word great compassion, was created for him. Chapter 282. Hutu, this. Naturally, the changes in the West could not be hidden from the perception of the great mediums. Therefore, they immediately cast their gazes over. When they saw Hutu's actions, they were speechless for a moment. They asked themselves, if it were them, they would not give up in the face of the merit that was enough to become the primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. How could the primordial world be more important than their own Tao path? Moreover, it was a barbarian land in the West. It was not worth sacrificing their own Tao path for him. If it were the East, these powerful beings might hesitate, but it was impossible for them to do so in the West. If the West was crippled, so be it. It was nothing to the entire primordial world. Anyway, there were no experts or treasures there. What was there to pity about a dead place? However, although their choices were different, their hearts were filled with respect for Hutu, just like Zhuanti. Hutu's actions seemed silly, but it was really rare. The temptation of the primordial chaos Tao realm was not something that anyone could resist. In the primordial world, there were only a few people who were as pure and loving as Hutu. It was precisely because of the existence of these people that the primordial world could reach this day step by step. Anyone with great love was a treasure of the primordial world, and worthy of everyone's admiration. That was because in their hearts, they were thinking about the primordial world and all living beings in the primordial world. Their love was selfless. Everyone could feel it, regardless of friend or foe. Apart from the existence that wanted to destroy the world, who could resent such a person? Previously, we were saying that the Magi were fierce. Compared to the three pure ones, they didn't look like the descendants of the great Taoist priests at all. Today we judge people by their appearance. The three pure ones are far inferior to the Magi. Seeing what Hutu had done, and then looking at the actions of the three pure ones, they thought of the past. The powerful beings sighed and felt that they had misjudged. On Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones were silent. What Hutu had done was really unexpected. They could not help but feel ashamed. When they heard the words of their fellow Taoists, the shame in their hearts grew even stronger. They could not say anything. Although the powerful beings had many thoughts, none of them planned to develop in the West. After all, the West was too far behind the East. Even if it recovered, it was still far from being comparable to the East. At most, it would turn from a barren land to a barren land. It would not be able to enter the eyes of the powerful beings. Moreover, so many years had passed, and the East had long since become the place where the providence of heaven and earth gathered. The essence of the entire primordial world was gathered in the East. How can the West compare to the East? Not to mention reviving a portion of it. Even if it were to revive all of it and return to the golden age of the ancient era, it would still be impossible. Seeing the changes in the Western land, Xuanti and Jia-in were speechless. It was them who had gauged the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Although Hutu had not completely repaired the land of the West, with her efforts, the West had been rejuvenated. This meant that the Western continent had the possibility of repairing itself. As time passed, the Western ancestral vein would completely recover, and the other branches would also be affected and recover one by one. At that time, even if the Western continent couldn't reproduce the glory of the ancient times, it would be much better than it was now. Alas! In the end, we have desires and have the heart to gain and lose. Ever since we became saints, the two of us have been scheming and doing sinister things. We have gradually forgotten our original intentions. In this world, there are still people who love greatly. They are selfless in the primordial world. They are far from what we can compare to. After a long while, the Taoist priest finally spoke. Then he stood up, tidied his clothes, and said to Taoist Xuanti beside him, "Junior brother, follow me to see fellow Taoist Hutu and thank her for her kindness on behalf of the countless living beings in the West." "Senior brother, you're right. Fellow Taoist Hutu has great love, and was born with a merciful heart. Her actions are worthy of the descendants of the great Taoist priests." Nodding, Taoist Xuanti praised. Hutu's character could be said to be the closest to Pangu in the primordial world. At the same time, they were the ones who benefited the most from the recovery of the Western continent. As the ancestral magus of the Magi race, Hutu was destined not to stay in the West for long. So what if her status was higher than theirs? Time was the most terrifying weapon in the world. After countless years had passed, the living beings in the West would continue to replace each other. Other than the immortal existence, who would remember Hutu's contributions? At that time, all the credit would be given to them. The West would still be theirs. No one could shake it. Hutu was not to be feared. Fellow Taoists, please wait. When the phenomenon of heaven and earth disappeared, Hutu was ready to leave. After all, she had achieved her goal of coming here. She had nothing else to ask for from the West. Why should she stay here? However, just as Hutu was about to leave, Xuanti hurriedly ran over and stopped her. In order to show his respect, Xuanti did not use his magical power to teleport. Instead, he flew over. Therefore, he did not appear in front of Hutu immediately. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Hutu was not surprised by the appearance of the two of them. No matter what, the Western continent was their territory. It would be strange if they did not come to take a look after she had caused such a big commotion here. "Xuanti, thank you for your great kindness, fellow Taoist." Xuanti came in front of Hutu and did not say anything. He first bowed to Hutu 3 times. The first bow was for themselves. They thanked Hutu for repairing the Western continent. The second bow was for the Western continent. The third bow was for the Western living beings. As the true ruler of the Western continent, Xuanti had the right to thank Hutu on behalf of the Western continent and countless living beings. Originally, in this world, Apart from heaven and earth, only Hongjun Dijun and Dijiang could accept the gift of the saint. No one else could. Heaven and earth, needless to say. Hongjun was the Tao ancestor. The saints were taught by him, so he could naturally accept their gifts. Dijun was the lord of heaven and earth. Dijiang was the eldest son of Pengu. The two of them had noble statuses and were not inferior to the saints. Of course, they could accept their gifts. But today, because Hutu had repaired the western continent, she was blessed by the will of the earth and her status was constantly rising. She could accept this gift. Fellow Taoists, is there anything else? If there's nothing else, Hutu will leave first. The witch clan still has important matters for me to deal with. Hutu calmly accepted the gift of the two saints and asked. After helping Xuanti so much, of course, Hutu was calm. Since fellow Taoists still has important matters to attend to, Poor Wei will not keep you. When we have time in the future, Poor Wei and Dijiang will definitely visit you in person to thank you for your kindness today. Xuanti bowed again and said. Chapter 283. Big Brother, I'm back. In the ancestral Magi Palace, Hutu said to Dijiang, who was sitting in the main seat. Yes. How's the preparation of the prehistoric geomancy map? Dijiang nodded and asked expressionlessly. However, he did not mention anything about the West. In the end, other than the praise, the wizard clan had gained very little. It could not be compared to the price they had paid. Instead, they had made a wedding dress for Xuanti. Hutu's actions were completely inappropriate. She did not discuss it with the others in advance and made the decision on her own. To put it bluntly, she was arrogant and did not take the other ancestral magi seriously at all. She treated the wizard clan as her own. Hutu had used up all his resources for many years. Dijiang didn't get angry because of their sibling relationship. However, it was difficult for Hutu to get a smile from him. As for the merit that Hutu had obtained for the wizard clan, haha, how could the Xianhuang merit be compared to the power of Penga's heart? However, Hutu did not gain nothing from doing so. At the very least, after this time, the 12 ancestral magi had surpassed the 3 pure ones in terms of reputation for the first time. They had become the successor of the most similar Pengu in the prehistoric world. This was something to be gratified about. I already know the landscape of the West and the trend of the earth veins. In a few days, I will be able to draw the prehistoric geomancy map. Knowing that she had made a big mistake, Hutu could not help but be cautious when she spoke. Yes. In that case, you can stay in the Pengu Palace to draw the prehistoric geomancy map. Try to refine it as soon as possible and add a great foundation for the wizard clan. Dijiang nodded and continued to speak expressionlessly. By the way, after the prehistoric geomancy map is successfully refined, don't forget to inform the Zichen clan of the human race to bring him here. How can the wizard of our clan not be present for such a big event? In the end, Dijiang seemed to have thought of something and reminded Hutu. From his words, it was obvious that he had identified Feng Zichen as the master of the wizard clan. Feng Zichen had created the Khanate sword principle and become the sword ancestor of the primitive universe. His achievement had undoubtedly improved Dijiang's impression of him. This also prompted Dijiang to make up his mind to give him the position of the wizard tribe's teacher. Of course, the position of Magus originally belonged to Feng Zichen. However, that was after the rise of the celestial and demonic Tao. Dijiang's decision was only to save the process and send the result to Feng Zichen in advance, so that he could assume the position of wizard. Yes, big brother. I will definitely hurry up and refine the prehistoric geomancy map. As for the Zichen clan, I'll send Xing Tian to the human race to invite him. Dijiang's words were reasonable, and Hutu had no objections. Xing Tian is here. It seems that the prehistoric geomancy map is almost complete. On the shore of the East Sea, Feng Zichen, who was dealing with human affairs in the imperial court, suddenly felt Xing Tian's aura and rushed over. With a thought, he understood the purpose of Xing Tian's visit. Fengjie, Jiangxiong, I have to leave the human race for a period of time. So in the following time, I'll leave the human race's affairs to you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the human kings for advice. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said to the disciples beside him. Yes, we will do as you say. Feng Jie and Jiang Xiong looked at each other and nodded helplessly. Originally, the human race's affairs were handled by the two of them. It was the same whether Feng Zichen was there or not. Who was Feng Zichen? How could he stay in the human race and deal with all kinds of chores? Many years ago, in the name of training his disciples, he had left all the affairs of the human race to his disciples to deal with. Yes. Nodding, Feng Zichen turned to Jiang Hui and said, Jiang Hui, keep an eye on your two senior brothers for me and help them find out what's missing. Yes, I understand. Jiang Hui responded obediently. Among Feng Zichen's 3 disciples, Jiang Hui, who had inherited the path of wisdom, was the most obedient and smart. All right, I'll go now. After saying that, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared in front of the 3 of them and went to meet Xing Tian. Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Outside the East Sea, Feng Zichen came to Xing Tian and said with a smile, Not long, not long. All these years in the untainted land, your name has been spreading everywhere. I'm so envious. Xing Tian also smiled and said with some envy, The untainted land's powerful beings cared about their reputation the most. Feng Zichen established the Khanate sword Dao and became famous in the untainted land. It could be said that he was in the limelight. How could he not be envious? Fellow Taoist, are you looking for me because the untainted land's geomancy map is completed? Without answering Xing Tian's words, Feng Zichen changed the topic. Yes, I'm here for that. The untainted land map is about to be completed. Fellow Taoist, as a shaman of our race, you can't be absent. When it came to serious matters, Xing Tian's expression inevitably became serious. The Tao of the Fiend Gods had been passed down in the untainted land for so many years, and the results were obvious to all. It had brought many benefits to the untainted land. Secretly, many juniors of the untainted land had already referred to Feng Zichen as their teacher. Therefore, Feng Zichen's title as a shaman had long become an established fact. Di Jiang had no choice but to acknowledge it. All right, I'll accompany you then. Chapter 284. Dao Yuo was a realm and a Dao fruit. He would never be lost. His essence was different. That was the foundation of Dao Yuo Jinxian's strength. Without it, his strength would fall to the bottom of the valley, causing him to have an empty realm but not the corresponding strength. He would inevitably suffer a huge loss if he fought with others. It's fine, Dao Yuo Jinxian. What I don't lack the most is time. Time and life and death had lost their meaning to Dao Yuo Jinxian. The great Dao was their only eternal pursuit. Mount Buzhou. The dignified Mount Buzhou. The Buzhou mountain that had remained unchanged since ancient times. On this day, the long-awaited peace of Mount Buzhou was broken. In the sacred atmosphere, the experts of the Magi race gathered there, stirring up endless turbid murderous aura. Rumble. Boundless murderous aura soared into the sky, stirring up endless winds and clouds, causing the heavenly courts to tremble. The demon gods looked at the Magi in shock and bewilderment. They subconsciously gripped their weapons tightly, thinking that the Magi were about to start a war again. Of course, the Magi did not come here to start a war with the demons. It was because Mount Buzhou was the closest place to Pangu. The Magi disrespected the heavenly Tao. After the primordial world geomancy map was completed, they naturally had to report to Pangu. Mount Buzhou was the most suitable place in the primordial world. Ever since the birth of the Magi, Mount Buzhou had been the place where they worshipped their ancestors. The Magi were established under the witness of Mount Buzhou. After that, whenever there were any major changes in the Magi, they would come to Mount Buzhou and ask Pangu to bear witness. At the same time, no faction was allowed to interfere when the Magi were worshipping their ancestors or attack the Magi during this period. This was not because they were afraid of the Magi, but to express their respect for Pangu. There was no one who did not respect the god of creation. After seeing that the Magi were worshipping Pangu, the demons could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as they didn't attack the heavenly court. If they could live, who would be willing to die? Dao Yuo Jinxian didn't want to fall into eternal slumber either. What is the sorcerer tribe doing now? Why are they worshipping Pangu all of a sudden? I'm afraid it's not good for our demon race. Inside the numinous sky hall, Dijun's mood was indescribable. Every time the sorcerer tribe finished worshipping Pangu, their strength would increase greatly. Come to think of it, this time was no exception. In that case, the demon race would be in danger. Alas! If we don't think of a way to increase the strength of the demon clan, the next great Magi demon war will be the end of the demon clan. Sitting on the throne, Dijun thought helplessly. The demon race was too difficult. Father God, today, the shaman tribe observes the stars and the geography. They study the changes in the terrain of the primordial world and describe the terrain of the primordial world to form a map of the primordial world. This map contains the changes in the terrain of the primordial world and the changes of time. It can suppress the primordial world. Father, please enlighten me. Under the majestic Mount Buzhou, Dijong's expression was solemn as he said piously to the void, Father, please enlighten me. Behind him, the rest of the ancestral sorcerers also shouted piously. Map of the primordial world? What is this? Could it be that the sorcerer tribe also knows how to refine treasures? The powerful beings who were paying attention to this place could not help but be surprised when they heard this. Ever since the birth of the sorcerer tribe, they had never heard of them refining treasures. What the powerful beings thought did not affect the sorcerer tribe at all. A huge painting scroll suddenly flew out of Huta's hand and floated above Mount Buzhou, slowly spreading out. On it was the painting of beautiful mountains and rivers, the mountains and rivers of the earth, the landscape of the primordial world, all the changes in the primordial world, the vicissitudes of the primordial world, and the endless creation. What was on the earth book he had, what was on the Hichuluo book he had, what was on the mountain river map he also had, everything on the primordial world he had. This was the map of the primordial world, the first map of the primordial world, and also the most comprehensive map of the primordial world. It recorded everything on the primordial world. All the changes on the primordial world could be found on it. The 12 ancestral sorcerers spent hundreds of thousands of years to travel to every corner of the primordial world. They spent countless efforts and paid countless prices to finally complete the map of the primordial world. This was a treasure that was enough to shock the world. It contained countless creation and had incredible power. It could suppress the primordial world, and even suppress the destiny of the sorcerer tribe. Splash! At the moment when the map of the primordial world was born, it suddenly rained in the primordial world. The rain was golden and contained the chi of origin. It could create everything. The rain was not heavy, but it covered a wide area. In the primordial world, no matter where it was, there was golden rain falling. Mount Buzhou, the heavenly court, Kunlun Mountain, the boundless sea of blood, there was golden rain falling. Even the Taoist temples of the powerful beings were no exception. At the same time when the golden rain fell, spiritual springs suddenly gushed out from the ground, emitting amazing spiritual chi. Around the spiritual springs, golden lotuses were born. They swayed and had an intoxicating fragrance. At this moment, great joy surged in the hearts of all the living beings in the primordial world at the same time. They could not help but smile. Not only the living beings in the primordial world, but even the boundless void, the great Tao of the universe, and the rules of heaven and earth were joyful. They were excited and manifested in the world, causing all kinds of strange phenomena to occur in the primordial world. The appearance of the map of the primordial world made the primordial world extremely excited. Its emotions spread out and affected everything, and then created the strange scene in front of them. Rumble! In the heavens and earth, a supreme power suddenly spread out. The whole primordial world was roaring. The great Tao of heaven and earth was shaking as if it was about to collapse. Nothing existed. This power was broader, more vast, and more majestic than the heavens and earth. In front of it, the heavenly Tao was extremely small and not worth mentioning. There was no doubt that this was the power of Pangu. The prayers of the 12 ancestral sorcerers worked. Pangu's power descended. The vast power completely enveloped the map of the primordial world, constantly changing its essence, and making it change in the most perfect direction. In the void, the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man spontaneously manifested. They carried the great Tao of heaven and earth and the endless rules of heaven and earth, and rushed to the map of the primordial world to strengthen its foundation and accelerate its evolution. Pengu, the father of the primordial world. His will was the will of heaven and earth. The direction of his power was the direction of the power of heaven and earth. If he wanted to refine the map of the primordial world, the power of heaven and earth would naturally follow. With the help of all kinds of great powers, the map of the primordial world underwent earth-shattering changes. The beautiful mountains, rivers, and endless terrains on it gradually came to life. They rose and fell continuously, interweaving with an inexplicable power. Innate Tao patterns appeared, entangled with each other, corroborated each other, and derived Tao and truth. They were branded on the map of the primordial world, like the great Tao. One could see that the chaotic qi on the map of the primordial world was transforming into innate spiritual qi. It gave birth to bright spiritual light and derived endless innate rules. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Chapter 285. Rumble. Loud sounds came from the primordial geomancy map one after another. It was as if a world was being opened. It was extremely grand and deafening. No, it was not as if. It was real. With the support of Pengu's power and the power of the primordial world, a vast world was slowly taking shape in the primordial geomancy map. A shocking change was taking place. At that moment, it was as if all the creation in the primordial world had gathered on the primordial geomancy map. As a result, the world evolved extremely quickly. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. It defied common sense. In an instant, it was as if endless years had passed. The realm wall was born, the world was stabilized, the sun, the moon, and the stars were born, and the three lights were split. Time and space were formed and time changed. The world was quickly perfected. Pengu's power was beyond imagination. The power of the world was boundless. The combination of the two powers distorted time and space and shortened time. It turned billions of years into an instant. It turned the impossible into possible, and created this unbelievable scene. In an extremely short period of time, a vast great world was created. The mysteries of the great Tao were displayed at that moment. The great desolate Aeon powerhouses watching were flabbergasted. They felt even more horrified in their hearts. That was a power that they could not understand at all. They could not see through it clearly. It was as if they were facing the great Tao. There was only admiration in their hearts. They might be very close to the heavenly Tao. However, they were very far away from the great Tao. There was no sign of the great Tao on the road ahead. Therefore, they could not understand or imagine Pengu's power, which had transcended the heavenly Tao and was infinitely close to the great Tao. In their hearts, there was no concept of the great Tao at all. Naturally, they could not understand or reach it. Endless creation and endless power caused the world in the primordial geomancy map to change rapidly. In just a moment, countless changes occurred. That world had already matured and was on the verge of perfection. The sky was high, the earth was heavy, the mountains were majestic, the sea was boundless, and the mountains and rivers were incomparably beautiful. The mountains and rivers were like poems and paintings. The world was filled with endless creation aura. Looking carefully, in this world, the mountains, the water, the sky, the earth, the blessed land, and the endless creation all revealed some shadows of the untainted world. It was very similar to the untainted world. It was like a miniature version of the untainted land. That's right. The primordial world map was originally a topographic map of the primordial world. Now that he had obtained the creation of Pengu and derived a world, it was reasonable to use the primordial world as a template. However, although it was called a small world, it was actually not small. Its small size was only the result of comparison with the primordial world. In this world, what world would not be incomparably small compared to the primordial world? In terms of area and source energy, this world was thousands of times thicker than the Great Thousand Realms, far surpassing countless worlds. Boom! At the moment when the world was completely formed, an extremely powerful force suddenly swept out from the geomancy map of untainted land and engulfed the entire untainted land. All living beings in the primordial world, except for the saints, lowered their heads. This was the power that a Khanate cardinal treasure should have when it was born. It was just like when a sage achieved Tao and shocked the entire untainted land. The Khanate cardinal treasure was the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In comparison, the appearance of the human emperor's seal and the 10,000 spirit crown undoubtedly caused a much smaller commotion. They could not be compared at all. The 10,000 spirit crown was still in an incomplete state. Its power was only comparable to an inferior grade Khanate numinous treasure. Of course, it would not cause any earth-shattering commotion. The human emperor's seal was because Feng Zichen was too weak. He did not dare to let the human emperor's seal show its sharpness to avoid causing any accidents. That was why it appeared in the world in a low-key manner. However, the Magi were different. They were powerful. It had always been others who were afraid of them, not them who were afraid of others. Naturally, they were not worried that someone would snatch the Khanate cardinal treasure. Therefore, they could completely activate the power of the geomancy map of Untainted Land and sweep through the entire Untainted Land to achieve the goal of intimidating everyone. This was the benefit of being powerful. One could do things as one pleased, and not be bound by restrictions. It was for this reason that becoming stronger and stronger became the unanimous belief of all living beings in the Untainted Land. Khanate cardinal treasure. That geomancy map of Untainted Land is a Khanate cardinal treasure. The Magi have actually refined a Khanate cardinal treasure. That's incredible. To be able to cause such a big commotion. The geomancy map of Untainted Land was undoubtedly a Khanate cardinal treasure. The great mediums of the Untainted Land were not blind. It was not like they could not see or feel the power contained in the geomancy map of Untainted Land. How could they not understand its level? At this moment they were truly shocked. Even the appearance of Panga's true body in the Great War of Liches and Demons was not as shocking as this moment. That was a Khanate cardinal treasure. There were only a few supreme treasures in the Untainted Land. How could it be possible that it was artificially refined by a Magi without a primordial spirit? Wasn't it too incredible? The refinement of a Khanate numinous treasure was already extremely difficult. It was difficult for human beings to achieve it. Only with the help of heaven and earth could it be refined. As for a Khanate cardinal treasure that was more powerful than a Khanate numinous treasure, it was definitely not something that could be refined by human beings. Only the heaven and earth could gather unexpected good fortune and nurture it for countless years. But now, in just a few days, a man-made Khanate cardinal treasure was born just like that. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They did not know what to say. In fact, it was not surprising that the geomancy map of Untainted Land could become a Khanate cardinal treasure. First of all, the geomancy map of Untainted Land recorded everything in the Untainted Land. It had unimaginable power that could resonate with the Untainted Land and be supported by it. Secondly, the main body of the geomancy map of Untainted Land was the chaos membrane. It was not a treasure of the Untainted Land, and did not belong to the Khanate world. It was a spiritual object from the chaos. It contained the good fortune of the great Tao, and was the manifestation of the chaos. Pangu had broken the chaos membrane, and caused the Untainted Land to be born. It could be said that the chaos membrane was the mother body that gave birth to the Untainted Land. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary he was. Such a treasure contained the good fortune of the chaos. It was a material that could be refined into a chaos numinous treasure. And a chaos numinous treasure was in existence of the same level as a Khanate cardinal treasure. In this way, the chaos membrane could naturally be refined into a Khanate cardinal treasure. In the end, the one who refined the geomancy map of Untainted Land was none other than the most powerful existence in the world, Pangu. Under his power, heaven and earth moved with him, and refined the geomancy map of Untainted Land together. The attributes of the chaos membrane also degenerated from chaos to Khanate, and became more suitable for the Untainted Land. With so much incredible power gathered, it was natural for the geomancy map of Untainted Land to become a Khanate cardinal treasure. It was not surprising. It would be surprising if it could not succeed. Chapter 286. The Great Mystical Abilities of the Primordial World, did not understand the twists and turns. They thought that it was a connate cardinal treasure refined by the Magi and naturally fell into shock. The heavens have really changed. This time, the only advantage of the demon race is completely gone. The demon race is finished. After regaining their senses, the first reaction of the great mystical abilities was that the demon race was finished. In the past, the demon race had the Bell of Chaos. This connate cardinal treasure could protect the demon race's destiny and break the number one physical body of the Magi in the primordial world. Therefore, although the demon race was at a disadvantage in the battle with the Magi, they could always preserve a chance of survival. Moreover, the more they fought, the stronger they became. In the end, they reached the level where they were on par with the Magi. But now everything was different. Now that the Magi had the connate cardinal treasure, the demon race no longer had an advantage. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to the demon race, which was inferior to the Magi. When the next great Magi-demon war broke out, the demon race would completely lose their advantage. The outcome could be imagined. Bang! In the Lingxiao Hall, the moment the aura of the primordial world erupted, Dijun could not help but change his expression. A terrifying aura burst out and shattered all the decorations in the hall. However, in extreme shock, Dijun lost his usual calmness. For a moment, he could not control his strength, causing his aura to leak out, causing the Lingxiao Hall to be in a mess. The Magi. Looking at the primordial world geomancy map, Dijun gritted his teeth and spat out two words. The moment these two words left his mouth, boundless hatred and monstrous killing intent erupted from Dijun's body. The hatred of blocking the Tao. This was the greatest hatred of the primordial world. Dijun and the Magi had formed a feud for blocking the Tao. Those who block my path to the Tao are worse than those who kill me. Compared to this hatred, the hatred that the Magi and the demon race had developed over the years was not worth mentioning. After unifying the primordial world, Dijun would be able to perfect the heavenly emperor karma rank and become a saint on the spot. As for the sorcerer tribe, they were the stones that stood in his way, blocking him firmly in front of the door of Tao. This hatred could only be resolved when Dijun became a saint or when the Wu tribe was destroyed. Now, with the geomancy map of the primordial world, the strength of the wizard tribe had increased greatly. The hope of Dijun becoming a saint was even slimmer. Even the demon race was in danger of being wiped out. You forced me to do this. Clenching his fists, Dijun made up his mind. He was about to attain the Tao of primordial chaos. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to reach the primordial chaos Tao realm. But for Dijun it was not as difficult as he had imagined. He was the Lord of Zhoxing and the Lord of Heaven. These two were the most important components of the great desolate world. Their innate origins were incomparably powerful. Refining any one of them would allow him to become a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, using this method to achieve primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was ultimately not his own cultivation. There were too many restrictions. Moreover, primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was not a saint. Once he became a primordial chaos, it would be difficult for him to become a saint again. Although primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was comparable to a saint in terms of strength, there was still a huge gap between them in other aspects. This was unacceptable to Dijun, who wanted to become a saint and be eternal. Therefore, even though the method to achieve the Tao was right in front of him, Dijun did not like it, so he did not do it. However, that was in the past. Dijun had not been forced into a desperate situation. He still had a choice. But now everything was different. If he did not move forward, what awaited him and the demon race was only destruction. If he advanced, he would live. If he retreated, he would die. Dijun naturally knew how to choose. Only by living would he have a chance. If he died, he would have nothing. With a flash, Dijun arrived at the place where the Heaven Realm's origin was and began to refine it. Compared to Zhoxing, the Heaven Realm's origin was easier to refine. After all, Dijun did not have the ability to refine the Ziwei star. If he rashly refined Zhoxing, the possibility of failure was very high. As for the demon race, they could not fail again. While Dijun was focused on refining the Heaven Realm's origin, the changes under Mount Buzhou had not ended. In the sky, black and yellow merit gathered. Half of it fell into the primordial map, while 90% of the remaining half merged into the luck of the wizard race, to continue the vitality of the wizard race. The remaining half went around and landed on Feng Zichen's head. After all, the wizard race was able to think of drawing the primordial map because of his guidance. This merit should belong to him. With the help of merit, the power of the primordial map became stronger. As the creation aura surged, there was more black and yellow aura. There were even signs of life in that world. That world had been completely perfected. This was the backup plan that Pangu had left for the wizard race. With the primordial map, even if the wizard race declined, as long as they hid in the world inside, no one could do anything to them. Moreover, this world was big enough and the origin was rich enough. Not to mention Daoyuo Jingxian. Even a sage-to-be could achieve success here. This was the indestructible foundation of the wizard race. Unfortunately, this merit was the primordial merit, and not the innate merit bestowed by the great Tao. Although the primordial map could be considered an innate merit treasure, it was still inferior to the 3 heaven-opening treasures. The Bell of Chaos, the Taiji painting, and Panga's banner were the 3 heaven-opening treasures. They were also the most powerful treasures in the primordial world, and could not be surpassed. Although the primordial map had been used in creation, it could not be compared to them. However, this could not deny its power. The ability of the primordial map seemed similar to the Mountain River map and the Earth Book, but it was fundamentally different. The world in the Mountain River map was a major kiliacosm, but the world contained in the primordial map was thousands of times larger. The Earth Book recorded the terrain of the primordial world, while the primordial map recorded everything in the primordial world. The He-Tu and the Luo Shu recorded the primordial water vein map. The primordial map also had it, and it was more complete than it. The primordial map gathered the advantages of several powerful connate numinous treasures. One could imagine its power. This was a true treasure of the earth. The Bell of Chaos was a treasure of the heavens. It suppressed Zhouxing, the universe, and endless space-time. The primordial map was a treasure of the earth. It suppressed the boundless earth, carried countless living beings, and had endless creation. The 10,000 Spirit Crown was a treasure of humans. It suppressed all living beings, and contained the power of all spirits. It had endless power. These 3 treasures represented the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man. They had great luck and power. If they appeared together, the primordial world would definitely undergo unimaginable changes, and benefit the world greatly. Unfortunately, because Feng Zichen's ability was insufficient, the 10,000 Spirit Crown was in an incomplete state, and could not completely appear in the world to resonate with the other 2 treasures. Therefore, the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man did not move. He had really missed out on a great opportunity. Chapter 287. Thank you, Father. After bowing respectfully to Mount Buzhou, Dijiang waved his hand and put away the primordial geomancy map. To be honest, Dijiang was a little surprised that the primordial geomancy map could become a connate cardinal treasure. His original intention was only to refine a supreme treasure that could suppress the earth. This showed that the witch race was not a bunch of people who did nothing. It was also to stop the mouths of the living beings of the primordial world. He did not expect that the primordial geomancy map would be refined into a connate merit cardinal treasure by Pangu as soon as it was born. It was a pleasant surprise. No, it was a huge surprise. The witch race was really invincible. The primordial geomancy map could sort out the earth veins of the primordial world and integrate everything in the earth. It could make the primordial world more stable. With this treasure in hand, the witch race's position as the lord of the earth was completely stable. Father is still thinking about the witch race. Looking at the primordial geomancy map in his hand, Dijiang thought happily. Apart from obtaining the connate cardinal treasure, there was another thing that made Dijiang very happy. That was, Pangu was still paying attention to the witch race. Otherwise, he would not have helped the witch race refine the connate cardinal treasure. This time, Pangu suddenly manifested a miracle to help the witch race. His attitude towards the witch race was undoubtedly very obvious. This made the great divine arts of the primordial world look at the witch race differently. After all, They were descendants of Pengu. With this blood relationship, the witch race was different from other races and received more preferential treatment. Let's go. After bowing to Mount Buzhou again, Dijiang first glanced coldly at the heavenly court, then left with the witch race. It had long passed the 100,000 years set by the Tao ancestor. Even if Dijiang attacked the demon race now, no one could say anything. At this moment, the witch race had a connate cardinal treasure and their strength had increased greatly. Their aura had also risen to the extreme. It was the best time to fight the demon race. However, Dijiang could not. In order to repair the western land, Hutu had almost drained the power of Penga's heart. If they were to start a war with the demon clan now, they would definitely be able to win, but the price they would have to pay was definitely not something the shaman clan could bear. Therefore they had to wait. Wait until Penga's heart regained its strength. Then it would be the end of the demon race. But at this time, Dijiang would not know that what he missed today was the best opportunity to destroy the demon clan. From now on, there would be no more. That was because what he had been waiting for was not the great victory he had hoped for, but the demons who were getting stronger and stronger, and the magi who were getting weaker and weaker. The affairs of the world are impermanent. Who would have thought? In the Pengu Palace, Feng Zichen and the 12 ancestors of sorcery sat on the ground, surrounding the untainted land geomancy map in the middle. They were meditating on something quietly. At that moment, the primordial world geomancy map emitted a faint glow and interweaved into images. If one looked carefully, one would see the famous mountains, great rivers, and blessed lands of the great desolate Aeon. Earth veins appeared, crisscrossing, connecting the famous mountains, great rivers, and blessed lands one by one. It was like the connection between Zhouxing, conforming to some inexplicable Taoist rhyme, and containing supreme creation. This was the distribution map of Penga's meridians, the secret hidden in the deepest part of the untainted land. Now Feng Zichen and the 12 ancestors of sorcery planned to use this Penga's meridians to redefine the Taoism of gods and demons, making it more suitable and perfect for the Magi clan. Appear! 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 At that moment, the 12 ancestors of sorcery seemed to have understood something. Suddenly, their bodies burst out a bright light, and in front of them, they condensed into shadows. In front of Dijiang, there was a shadow that was like a yellow sack, red as fire, with 6 legs and 4 wings, and no face. It was the ancestor of space. In front of Gomang, there was a shadow that was green like bamboo, with a bird's body and a human's face. It was the ancestor of wood in the east. In front of Zhurong, there was a shadow that had a beast's head and a human's body. It was covered in red scales, with fire snakes pierced through its ears and a fire dragon under its feet. It was the ancestor of fire in the south. In front of Gonggong, there was a shadow that had a python's head and a human's body. It was covered in black scales, with a black dragon under its feet, and a green python coiled around its hands. It was the ancestor of water in the north. In front of Rushu, there was a shadow that had a human's face and a tiger's body. It was covered in golden scales with a pair of wings. A snake pierced through its left ear and 2 dragons under its feet. It was the ancestor of metal in the west. In front of Hutu, there was a shadow that had a human's body and a snake's tail. It had 7 hands behind its back and 2 in front of its chest. It was the ancestor of earth in the central region. These 12 Taoist shadows were like gods and demons, with different shapes. As soon as they appeared, they emitted a strong aura, as if they were going to suppress the whole universe. They were the original bodies of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the incarnations of the great Tao, the dominators of the law, and the pinnacle of the untainted land. After comprehending Penga's meridian diagram for several years, the 12 ancestors of sorcery constantly compared it with their own meridians. Once they were enlightened, they defined the celestial demon Tao with their own meridians, and deduced their own celestial demon Tao. In the future, if anyone practiced the celestial demon Tao, in addition to reverting to Penga's Tao body, they could also revert to the bodies of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and become the ancestor of sorcery's Tao body. This was undoubtedly a great thing for the cultivators who practiced the celestial demon Tao, as it gave them more choices. It was also a great thing for the celestial demon Tao, as it made it more perfect. Dang. At that moment, in the depths of Feng Zichen's mind, where the 12 ancestors of sorcery could not notice, the Hongming Daozhong trembled and let out a melodious bell sound. In an instant, endless Dao enlightenment burst out and poured into Feng Zichen's heart, causing his eyes to suddenly turn purple, noble and mysterious. Everything was different. At that moment, Feng Zichen seemed to have achieved Dao, and the world was completely different in his eyes. What he saw before him was endless connate Dao patterns. Everything was made up of Dao patterns, and in the simplest way, it explained the most fundamental secrets of Dao. The Dao shadows in front of the 12 ancestors of sorcery were constantly decomposing in Feng Zichen's eyes, turning into the most basic runes, and gradually overlapping with Panga's meridian diagram. Tracing back to the origin, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were born in Pangu, and now they returned to Pangu. It was tracing back to the origin. After so many years, the Hongming Daozhong reappeared with its supreme divine power, helping Feng Zichen to enter the Dao-fusing realm, and understanding the evolution of Panga's meridian diagram. Pangu was the most powerful existence in the world, and everything about him was mysterious and unknown. His Dao was even more obscure and difficult to understand. Even connate godfiends would find it difficult to understand. Directly asking a godfiend cultivator to understand Panga's meridian diagram, there was no need to think too much, as no one could do it. Therefore, with the help of the Hongming Daozhong, Feng Zichen understood. He wanted to use the Dao bodies of the 12 ancestors of sorcery to recreate Panga's Dao body, and further perfect the Dao of Godfiend. Obviously, it was impossible to directly cultivate Panga's meridian diagram. But the meridian diagram of the 12 ancestors of sorcery was different. Although cultivating them was also difficult, it was only difficult. Compared to Panga's meridian diagram, which was obviously impossible to cultivate, there was undoubtedly more hope, and it was much simpler. When the 12 ancestors of sorcery were united, they could summon Panga's true body. Then, when the meridian diagram of the 12 ancestors of sorcery was united, they could evolve Panga's meridian diagram. Chapter 288. Feng Zichen's goal was to let his descendants cultivate the wizard incarnation technique, and then use the wizard incarnation body to reverse Panga's Dao body. This method was undoubtedly much simpler than directly reverting to the Panga Dao body, and it was also much more feasible. Feng Zichen could directly reverse into Panga's Dao body. That was a coincidence. It was the result of endless creation. It was unique in the primordial world. No one else could replicate it. Now this method was more widespread, and could let people see the hope of attaining the Dao. In the untainted land, there were tens of thousands of cultivation methods. However, there were only a few that could attract people like a flock of ducks. Why? This was because there were only a few things that could allow a person to attain Dao. The celestial Dao of the Xian sect, the sacred Dao of the Devil sect. Only cultivation methods that could allow one to attain the Dao could be called the Dao. The rest could only be called methods and were not of much use. As an unorthodox disciple, he did not belong to the orthodox sect. Now the Dao of gods and devils created by Feng Zichen had the possibility of achieving the Dao. It was already considered a supreme great Dao. As the era changed, it was not impossible to gather unparalleled luck and replace the celestial Dao of the celestial sect, becoming the mainstream of a certain era. There were no eternal protagonists in the world, and it was impossible for the celestial way of the celestial sect to prosper forever. Later on, Buddhism flourished first, followed by the rise of the devil sect. This was already proven. Times changed, the situation rose and fell, and it was boundlessly magnificent. There were boundless opportunities, and whoever was able to grasp them could possibly become the tide of the era. The Dao of fiend gods might have a chance to replace the Dao of immortals. Now, what Feng Zichen needed to do was to create the conversion method, and turn this possibility into reality. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred years had passed. On this day, Feng Zichen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a majestic and holy aura gushed out of his body, forcing the 12 ancestral sorcerers' shadows back into their bodies. Then, An indescribable Dao shadow appeared behind Feng Zichen. It stepped forward and stood right above the primordial world map, as if it was indomitable. This was Panga's Dao shadow. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen succeeded, further perfecting the Dao of gods and demons, turning the possibility into reality. The Dao of fiend gods had truly become a supreme great Dao. Just like the celestial path of the celestial path of the celestial path of the demonic path, they all had their own ways to attain the Tao. Later generations could see the hope of attaining the Tao. Unfortunately, this was the Pangu Palace, which isolated all senses. Even the heavenly Tao could not pry into it. Otherwise, the perfection of the Tao of divinity and demons, a major event that would affect the future generations for countless years, would definitely receive the blessings of the world. Fellow Taoist, it's done. Dijiang stepped forward and sensed carefully for a while. He could not help but show joy on his face. He said to Feng Zichen, "Thank you, Magus. The sorcerer tribe will never forget the sorcerer's contribution today." While speaking, Dijiang even changed the way he addressed him. He did not even call him fellow Taoist, but Magus. It was not Dijiang's fault for being snobbish. The perfected Tao of gods and demons had completely made up for the shortcomings of the sorcerer tribe. To the sorcerer tribe, it was too important, no less than a new life. Even if he were to exchange the primordial geomancy map for it, Dijiang would still agree after hesitating for a while. The true spirit was even stronger than the essence soul. The true spirit could do what the essence soul could not. The true spirit could do what the essence soul could do, and it could not do it well. Apart from the fatal flaw of affecting one's Tao path after being damaged and not being easy to repair, there were almost no flaws. The Tao of gods and demons was simply tailor-made for the sorcerer tribe. His appearance was enough to increase the strength of the sorcerer tribe several times. It could also let the descendants of the sorcerer tribe see the hope of attaining the Tao. This was something that the immortal Tao and the fiend Tao did not have. That was because the sorcerer tribe did not have an essence soul. No matter how good these two supreme great Taoists that relied on the essence soul were, the sorcerer tribe could not cultivate them. Before this, the cultivation of the sorcerer tribe was the process of constantly condensing their bodies and comprehending the laws. Although it was effective, it was rather simple and had many mistakes. Moreover, it was not systematic and seriously dragged down the progress of cultivation. Therefore, the appearance of the Tao of gods and demons was especially important. Moreover, the Pangu was the lifelong pursuit of the sorcerer tribe. The Tao of gods and demons could allow them to transform into the Pangu. This had an extraordinary meaning to the sorcerer tribe. It was the true meaning of their lives. Dijiang really could not think of anything to repay such a great kindness. He could only thicken his skin and call Feng Zichen a sorcerer to show his noble status. "Fellow Taoist, you are too kind." Feng Zichen accepted Dijiang's address calmly, and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. This was what he deserved. He had paid such a high price and worked so hard for so long in exchange for the position of a sorcerer. Of course, he would not be polite. The moment Feng Zichen accepted the position of a sorcerer, an inexplicable tremor suddenly came from the Pangu Hall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The statue of the Pangu in the center of the hall was still shaking. A Taoist rhyme was emitted, stirring up layers of ripples and spreading to everyone. Swept by the Taoist rhyme, Feng Zichen only felt that something on his body had a reaction. It spontaneously flew out of his body and flew toward the statue of the Pangu in the hall. It was a token that Feng Zichen was somewhat unfamiliar with. But immediately he thought of what it was. That is, the Huta token. This token was the Huta token, a symbol of Huta's identity. It was given to Feng Zichen by Hutu in the Huta tribe that day to show her gratitude. Since receiving this token, Feng Zichen had put it aside and had not used it at all. He had almost forgotten about its existence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time that the Huta token on Feng Zichen's body flew out, the remaining 11 ancestral Magus tokens also flew out from the ancestral Magus and rushed toward the statue of the Pangu in the hall. This is the manifestation of the Father God? The sudden change surprised the ancestral Magi. They had no idea what had happened. However, since it was Pangu who had made a move, it meant that it was not a bad thing. They only needed to wait patiently. Whoosh! A ball of purple flame suddenly appeared in the hand of the statue of the Pangu and burned the 12 ancestral Magus tokens that flew over. The origin of this purple flame was not recognized by the eyes of the people present. However, they all understood that this was the Taoist fire, a supreme fire. It had unparalleled power and could burn saints. That was because it was the fire of the Pangu. Under this purple flame, the indestructible ancestral Magus tokens began to merge and gradually become one. The Panga token. This Taoist fire was going to refine the Panga token. When the Magus race was established, the Panga token changed and turned into 12 ancestral Magus tokens. They fell into the hands of the 12 ancestral Magi and ceased to exist. Today, looking at the actions of the statue of the Pangu, it was obvious that it was going to refine the Panga token. Boom! The Taoist fire burned and burst out with a dazzling light. Nothing could be seen clearly. Chapter 289. Not long after, the flames gradually extinguished, and a purple token was revealed. However, to everyone's surprise, the token was not the Panga's token that they had imagined, but the sorcerer's token. On the purple token, there were 3 bright words, Sorcerer's Token. These 3 words were written by the Great Path Divine Runes, similar to the real name between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. They were words derived from the Great Path, and had indescribable power. After the Sorcerer's Token appeared, it first stayed in the air for a while, then slowly fell into Feng Zichen's hands. This is, touching the Sorcerer's Token in his hand, Feng Zichen was a little puzzled, so he looked at Dijiang with a puzzled gaze. Congratulations, Sorcerer. Father God has appeared and given you the Sorcerer's Token. This means that he has recognized your identity as a sorcerer. From now on, you are the true Sorcerer's Master, and your status is second only to the Ancestral Sorcerer. Dijiang thought for a moment and understood what was going on, so he explained to Feng Zichen. After receiving Panga's recognition, Feng Zichen's title as a sorcerer was justified. Although he was a sorcerer before, he always felt that it was lacking. Now it was perfect. After all, the sorcerer appointed by Pangu and the sorcerer appointed by the ancestral sorcerer were fundamentally different. This was especially obvious in terms of status and power. Being appointed as a sorcerer by the ancestral sorcerer meant that he had lost the initiative and was restricted by them. If the ancestral sorcerer was not satisfied, he could remove Feng Zichen's title at any time. However, being appointed as a sorcerer by Pangu was different. The initiative was in the hands of Pangu, and the ancestral sorcerer could not interfere at all. Even if they were not satisfied with Feng Zichen, the ancestral sorcerer could only endure it, and could not remove his position as a sorcerer. In terms of status, there was an earth-shaking change. From being second only to the ancestral sorcerer, he directly became second only to the ancestral sorcerer in terms of power. The great change could be imagined. Thank you, Father. After listening to Dijiang's explanation, Feng Zichen was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the statue of Pangu. The witch tribe could call him Father God, and so could Feng Zichen. He was the authentic Pangu recognized by the Great Tao. It was perfectly justifiable to call him that. No one could say anything against it. Thank you, fellow Taoists. After paying his respects to Pangu, Feng Zichen thanked the ancestral shamans. You're too kind, Magus. From now on, we're a family. There's no need to be so courteous, Dijiang said with a smile. Now Feng Zichen and the sorcerer tribe were completely tied together. When the human emperor traveled, he was accompanied by the light of the Tao and all spirits to show his nobility. This is, looking at the 10,000 spirit crown, Feng Zichen was inexplicably surprised. He had not expected such a change. The Magi? However, when he saw the phantom of the Magi on the 10,000 spirit crown that had completely materialized and was not inferior to the human race, Feng Zichen understood what had happened. The Magi had submitted. When all spirits submitted, the 10,000 spirit crown would be perfect. On the 10,000 spirit crown, there were countless phantoms of all spirits. Every time one of them condensed, the level of the 10,000 spirit crown would increase. When all the phantoms condensed, it would be the moment he recovered to a connate cardinal treasure. How powerful was the Magi? One of them could rival 1,000 clans. The power brought by their submission was undoubtedly huge. It directly restored the 10,000 spirit crown to the level of a superior grade connate spirit treasure. I didn't expect that preaching the Tao would have such benefits. No wonder those great mystical abilities in the future always like to go to the lower realm to preach the Tao. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood. He had found a way to quickly restore the 10,000 spirit crown. That was preaching the Tao. In this aspect, Feng Zichen had a huge advantage because he had the Tao of the God Fiend. As long as the Tao of the God Fiend flourished in the primordial world, all spirits would cultivate this Tao. Then naturally, the power of all spirits would gather, causing the phantoms of all spirits to condense. The 10,000 spirit crown would also be restored to a connate cardinal treasure. Of course, conquering was not the only way to make all spirits submit. However, this method was the simplest and fastest. However, preaching the Tao could also make all races submit. This was something that Feng Zichen had never thought of before. This was probably the reason why those great mystical abilities in the future were keen on preaching the Tao. The power of all spirits had endless uses. It was beneficial to saints, let alone great mystical abilities. Chapter 290. Feeling happy. Feng Zichen's whole body was filled with a kind of joyful mood. Even his hurried steps were a little lighter. Unfortunately, his joy did not last long. He was interrupted by a figure in front of him. It was a young man. He was handsome and unparalleled. His eyes were filled with arrogance. It was as if no one in the world was worthy of his attention. He was wearing a golden feather robe with a golden crow embroidered on it. It was shining brightly, and his body was filled with the majestic aura of an emperor. He was extremely noble. Tai. The moment he saw this person, the two words Tai naturally appeared in Feng Zichen's heart. The name Tai had an extraordinary meaning in the primordial world. He represented the peak of the primordial world, the most noble of the gods. Only one person could be called that. Then, the identity of the person in front of him was about to be revealed. Eastern Emperor Tai. The person who came was actually Eastern Emperor Tai. Tai stood there quietly motionless. There was no aura on his body, and he looked ordinary. However, in Feng Zichen's eyes he seemed to have become the center of everything. Heaven and earth, the great path, the rules, and everything in the world were revolving around him. He was incomparably great and shocking. He was as dazzling as the sun, making it impossible to look directly at him. One could only look up. He was Tai, the number one in the primordial world. Sword ancestor or a wizard? Just as Feng Zichen was shocked, Tai spoke. His voice was not loud, but it gave Feng Zichen a great sense of oppression. It was as if heaven and earth were pressing down on him at the same time, almost suffocating him. Tai was here to settle the score. The reason why the wizard race's strength had increased greatly was discovered by the demon race. Was he here to kill him? Bang 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 bang. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart began to beat violently. The long-awaited crisis of death suddenly struck his heart, causing his forehead to be instantly covered in cold sweat. Danger. Extreme danger. This was the greatest danger Feng Zichen had encountered since his debut. If he was not careful, he would die. Touching the sorcerer token in his arms, Feng Zichen immediately wanted to activate it, so that he could return to the Pango Hall and escape this crisis. But after thinking about it, he gave up. Even if they escaped back to Panga Palace, what could they do? Unless he could hide in the Panga Palace for the rest of his life, he would have to face Tai sooner or later. But could he stay in the Pango Hall forever? Obviously they couldn't. The human race was still waiting for him. As for asking for help, that was unrealistic. No one could protect him forever. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on himself. What brings your Majesty Donghuang here? Feng Zichen asked Tai after forcing himself to calm down. They would only drag him down and delay his development. The primordial world was the place where Feng Zichen could develop his ambitions. This was not Tai's personal opinion, but the unanimous opinion of all the great divine abilities of the primordial world. Alright, since I'm here, it won't make sense if I don't leave something on you. I'll give you a chance to make 3 moves. As long as you can shake me, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you can go to the boundless void and wander for 1,000,000 years. Come, show me what you can do. Amaze me. After sighing for a while, Tai suddenly said. Not being able to kill Feng Zichen did not mean that he could not seal him. Tai controlled the bell of chaos and could suppress endless time and space. It was not difficult to seal Feng Zichen for a period of time. It could be done easily. However, Tai still had his own pride. He could not attack Feng Zichen with all his might, giving him a chance. As long as Feng Zichen could shake him in 3 moves, so what if he let him go? If he could not shake him, then don't blame him. Then poor Wei, sorry to offend you. Taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen's face was solemn. Now no one would come to help him. Tai had come here personally. How could he not shield the heavenly secrets? With Tai and the Bell of Chaos, even a saint would not be able to figure out what was going on here. Therefore, Feng Zichen could only rely on himself and the sword in his hand. Sword come. He clenched his right hand and Zichen's sword appeared. Immediately, boundless sword intent swept in all directions. It was vast and mighty, shattering the surrounding void into pieces. Chapter 291. Knowing how powerful Tai was, Feng Zichen used all his strength as soon as he attacked. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, the human emperor's seal suddenly emitted a bright light. Vast and endless power poured out and poured into Feng Zichen's body, raising his strength to the realm of sage-to-be perfection in an instant. Merit. In Tai's eyes, a large amount of merit suddenly surged out of Feng Zichen's body, temporarily raising his strength to the realm of sage-to-be perfection. He had the ability to fight against him. Although Tai was strong, he had not completely stepped into the realm of primordial chaos. He had only taken half a step. Naturally, he could not see through the concealment of the human emperor's seal, and there was a deviation in his understanding. Of course, this was also because Tai was conceited and did not use the Bell of Chaos. Otherwise, the concealment of the human emperor's seal might not be able to stop Tai. At that time, Tai, who had discovered Feng Zichen's secret, would not be so easy to talk to. It was impossible to predict what he would do. Your Majesty, sorry. With a loud roar, Feng Zichen swung his sword. Rumble. Dazzling sword light burst out, boundless, and swept toward Tai with the power of 3 talents. In the sword light, there were 3 lights: water, fire and wind surging. There was the birth and death of essence, chi and spirit. These were the 3 treasures of heaven, earth, and man, the manifestation of the Tao of 3 talents. This sword was the tripartite sword sutra. In front of Tai, Feng Zichen did not dare to use his ultimate skill. Zhoxing Sword Sutra. Wasn't that courting death? Therefore, Feng Zichen could not use anything about the Tao of Stars. Fortunately, he was the ancestor of the Tao of Sword. No one in the primordial world could compare to his comprehension of the Tao of Sword. The Zhoxing Sword Sutra was not the only supreme sword technique. The Tripartite Sword Sutra was one of them. Under the Tripartite Sword Sutra, all order was in chaos. Yin and Yang were reversed, and the 5 elements were out of balance, causing the void to shatter and the laws to be destroyed. Boundless destructive aura surged out. Not bad. Looking at the surging sword light, Tai bowed his head slightly to express his admiration. Then Tai clenched his fist, and the divine light of the sun shone down, turning into a golden divine sword in his hand. In an instant, a shocking sword intent erupted from Tai's body. It was extremely sharp and domineering. The emperor's aura was vast and mighty. In the past, Tai was not proficient in the way of the sword. However, the moment he picked up the sword, everything about the connate way of the sword appeared before his eyes, allowing him to naturally comprehend the way of the sword. In just one breath, Tai had proven his Tao and attained the connate sword Tao. Mastering one technique would lead to mastery of all techniques. This was how it worked. Slash. Tai shouted and swung his sword. Whoosh. Dazzling light erupted, even more resplendent than the sun's radiance, even more dazzling, illuminating the heavens and the universe. Heaven and earth were covered in a vast expanse of white, nothing visible. Under the illumination of this light, the three sword lights were like white snow, constantly melting. In an instant, they were completely evaporated. This sword attack that contained Feng Zichen's full strength did not cause any waves at all. It was destroyed by Tai just like that. Then, the sword light did not slow down, and continued to attack Feng Zichen. A half-step chaotic prime expert was half a step into the threshold of transcendence. His essence had changed, and he was far from what a pre-saint could compare to. Even if 10 pre-saint perfection experts attacked together, they might not be able to defeat Tai. Moreover, Feng Zichen's great perfection of sage to be was a fake. It was even more impossible for him to win. The sword light attacked with oppressive pressure, making people tremble in fear. However, Feng Zichen's expression did not change. He was awe-inspiring and fearless. It was true that that sword was his most powerful attack, but it was not his most powerful technique. He still had other trump cards. He shook his hand, and the deafening sound of 10,000 swords rang out. It was the 10,000 sword illustration that flew out and spread out in the void. The 10,000 sword illustration was a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure, and the #1 treasure of sword Tao. It was unparalleled in killing. As soon as it appeared, countless sword wills rose in the void, forming countless divine sword phantoms. They were densely packed and endless, densely covering the entire void. These divine swords were of different shapes and sizes, but they all had one thing in common, which was that they were extremely powerful. The sharp sword wills surged, and a terrifying aura rose. The sharpness pointed directly at the incoming sword light. However, Feng Zichen did not attack immediately. Instead, he pointed at the 10,000 sword illustration. Go! The 10,000 sword illustration first vibrated, then suddenly rolled toward Zichen's sword, wrapping it up. For a moment, the power of Zichen's sword increased greatly. The sword light soared more than 100 times. Endless sharpness filled the air, shattering everything around it. The beginning of the sword, the unification of 10,000 Tao. Feng Zichen shouted, and Zichen's sword swept out. This was the highest achievement of the innate sword Tao. Using the sword Tao to derive 10,000 Taos, it was the upgraded version of one sword to 10,000 arts. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook. 10,000 Tao descended and blessed the countless divine swords, making them sublimate. They interweaved with Tao and truth, transforming into Tao swords. One Tao gave birth to 10,000 Taos. The Tao was boundless, the Tao was endless, and the power was endless. The Tao was vast and mighty. In the blink of an eye, Tai's sword light was drowned and destroyed. Then it continued to attack Tai. Not bad. Tai chuckled and then moved. He slowly raised his right hand, bent his finger slightly, and flicked it forward. In an instant, heaven and earth changed. Time and space were distorted, and the 10,000 Taos changed. Yin and Yang and the 5 elements became chaotic. All concepts were blurred, and the past knowledge was deviated. It no longer made sense. Feng Zichen's sword light disappeared without a sound. It was so sudden that it seemed as if it had never been there. You still have a chance to make one move. Tai glanced at Feng Zichen and said. At this moment, Feng Zichen truly felt the power of the peak of the primitive world. Daoyuo Jingxian and Sage to Be were still fighting on the superficial level of Tao. As for primordial chaos experts, they had already reached the deeper level of Tao, and began to deal with the power of concepts. How terrifying was it to distort the opponent's knowledge in terms of concepts? Imagine, a primordial chaos expert denied everything about you in terms of concepts, making all your previous knowledge invalid. For example, East was no longer East, and West was no longer West. The sword in your hand was no longer a sword but a saber, a spear, or something else. It could be anything, an existence that was different from your knowledge. How could he fight like this? Fortunately, Tai was not a real primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, but a half-step Daoyuo Jingxian. He was not an invincible existence. He still had a chance. Holding the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen's aura suddenly changed greatly. A majestic aura filled the air, and the will of the heaven-opening path surged out. All the distorted concepts returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Visualizing the scene when Pangu opened the sky, Feng Zichen held the Zichen sword tightly. At the same time, all his experiences so far appeared in his mind. For a moment, all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, bitterness, and so on. However, these emotions were soon replaced by a firm determination to pursue the Tao. Chapter 292. Of all the things in the world, only the Tao was eternal. Feng Zichen wanted to reach the peak of the Tao and see all the scenery in the world. No one could stop him. Therefore, he could not be trapped here. Kill. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen attacked with his sword. The sword light was resplendent, like the first ray of light in the world, shining through all the darkness. This sword strike gathered everything of Feng Zichen. It was the strongest sword strike he could unleash at the moment. A sword strike that could split the world. What was split was the sky that belonged to him. What was split was the land that belonged to him. This sword strike confirmed his desire to pursue the Tao. This sword strike also represented Feng Zichen's determination. He wanted to open up a world that belonged to him in the primordial world. Pangu's principle of splitting the sky, coupled with all his Tao comprehensions, finally achieved his strongest sword strike. When this sword was unleashed, it surpassed everything. Rumble. The world was rumbling, and the great Tao was trembling. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as if it was going to split the world apart. Countless principles and endless creation were born, shattering all the known existences. This sword strike carried Feng Zichen's belief that it could surpass everything and slash fiercely at Donghuang Tai. This is what the primordial sword ancestor should be like. Facing this sword strike, even Tai could not help but be a little moved. A wisp of golden light gathered behind his head, growing larger and larger, enveloping him and protecting him. At this moment, Tai did not want to make a move. This sword strike had stunned him. He wanted to know how powerful this sword strike was, and whether it could make him retreat. With the help of the heaven-splitting Tao, Feng Zichen barely possessed a trace of primordial chaos power. He had mastered the power of concept and could pose a threat to Tai. The sword light arrived in the blink of an eye. It ignored all spacetime and all concepts and directly slashed at the golden light curtain. Boom. In an instant, the world suddenly fell silent and fell into silence. Then a shocking explosion sounded. Terrifying power overflowed and shook the entire primordial world. Such an intense commotion caused Tai's concealment to be completely useless. Countless powerful cultivators were alarmed and looked in their direction. That's Tai and Sword Ancestor. Why are they fighting? How could the Sword Ancestor be a match for Tai? He's in trouble now. Recognizing the origins of these two people, the great divine ability users were astonished. However, this was nothing. Both of them were famous people in the untainted land. One of them was the number one in the untainted land in the past, while the other was a figure in the limelight today. The sudden fight between the two of them had aroused the great interest of everyone, regardless of the reason. They were also happy to watch the fun. However, in the Pangu Hall, the 12 ancestors of sorcery saw this scene and their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly ran to the place where the incident happened. Crack! Crack! The golden light screen that enveloped Tai began to crumble inch by inch. In an instant, it turned into a sky full of light and disappeared. It could be seen that although Tai was not injured, under the strong impact of the sword light, he took half a step back. This half step was enough to explain everything. According to Tai, as long as Feng Zichen could shake him, he would let Feng Zichen leave. Now Feng Zichen had done it. You can leave now. After a moment of silence, Tai said. Tai was not a person who went back on his word. Puff! Feng Zichen opened his mouth to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the blood in his body surged, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was the price he had to pay for slashing out with the sword just now. His cultivation was only at the late stage of Daluo Jingxian, but he had forced Tai, who was half a step into the primordial chaos, to retreat. This was in exchange for his life. Now Feng Zichen only felt that his limbs were weak, and his body was burning with pain. His blood was boiling, and there was not a trace of magic power left in his body. That sword slash had drained him of everything, far exceeding the limit he could bear. It had caused him great damage, and even moving was extremely difficult. "Thank you, Your Majesty." After trying for a while, Feng Zichen forced a smile and said to Tai. After this, Feng Zichen's heart to pursue the Tao was even more determined. What Tai had shown today, he would be able to do tomorrow, or even stronger. Today's encounter made Feng Zichen understand a principle. In the primordial world, if one wanted to live peacefully, it was not enough to be strong. One had to be stronger. Only by being absolutely strong, and making everyone feel like they were a mountain would no one dare to provoke them. Just like the current Tai, he would never allow today's matter to repeat itself in the future. In the future, he would attain the Tao, stand shoulder to shoulder with the saints, and be the number one in the primordial world. Today's grudge would be resolved in the future. As for Tai dying in the witch-demon tribulation, Feng Zichen did not believe it. Only after experiencing Tai's strength personally would one understand how terrifying he was. Feng Zichen did not believe that such a person would die so easily. Even an ordinary Daoyuo Jingxian knew to leave behind a backup plan to revive or open several aliases in a row. These characters would definitely leave behind more backup plans, and they would be beyond imagination. Perhaps, in the witch-demon tribulation, there might not be many great divine abilities that had truly fallen. It was far from as many as in the legends. The so-called fall was most likely just a change of character. They would continue to be active in the primordial world with another identity, and not be known by the world. After all, as long as they did not admit it, who could suppress a great divine ability and forcefully investigate? If they made a mistake, wouldn't they have a personal grudge? The more he thought about it, the more certain Feng Zichen was of his guess. After coming to the primordial world for so long, he deeply realized that the legends of the future could only be used as a reference, and could not be believed. That was because one would never be able to guess whether the legend was true or false. Since the end of the primordial era, the ones who truly dominated the primordial world had always been the Khanate god-fiends. Even if the era changed, the world changed and the sea changed. This point had never changed. It had always been the same. Therefore, the so-called legends of the future might be somewhat true, but the images of the characters might not be true as in the legends. The truth hidden in the legends had long been hidden by the mighty figures who were still alive. What could be spread out was what they wanted people to know. It had long been changed beyond recognition. And what they did not want people to know, it was really unknown. Tai, how dare you? The void beside Feng Zichen suddenly changed. Dijiang walked out of it. He first supported him, then pointed at Tai and scolded him. However, before Dijiang could scold him, he saw Tai's figure slowly dissipate. He had returned to the sun. You. Being ignored by Tai, Dijiang was furious. He grabbed at the void and was about to pull Tai back. Don't doubt that as the ruler of space, he had the ability. Forget it. At this moment, Feng Zichen tried to persuade him. Chapter 293. Even if Tai was brought back, what could Dijiang do? If Tai did not have the Bell of Chaos, it was hard to say who would win in the battle between Dijiang and him. However, facing Tai with the Bell of Chaos, Dijiang alone had no chance of winning. Now that he had brought Tai back, he had no other choice but to humiliate himself. The Bell of Chaos, a Khanate merit treasure, was one of the 3 strongest treasures in the primordial world. Its greatest ability was to suppress endless time and space, which happened to be Dijiang's nemesis. Therefore, Dijiang was naturally at a disadvantage when facing Tai. It was impossible to defeat him. Forget it. I'll deal with him in the future. Dijiang could not think of what Feng Zichen could think of. He sighed helplessly and withdrew his raised hand. Fellow Taoist, follow me back to the Pangu Palace to heal your injuries. Your injury is really too serious. If you drag it on, I'm afraid you'll hurt your Tao body. Dijiang said worriedly after discovering the situation in Feng Zichen's body. It was not a good thing to push the body to its limits. Although he would be able to temporarily obtain great power, the repercussions that would be left behind would be incomparably serious. It would damage his foundation. If Feng Zichen's foundation was damaged, his Pangadao body would definitely be affected. He might not be able to see anything now, but when he took a step closer, it would be difficult. It would become an obstacle for him to break through, and he would not be able to achieve fusion. That was why Dijiang was so worried. Moreover, Feng Zichen was a wizard of the wizard tribe. He had just become a wizard not long ago, and had just left the wizard tribe. If he was crippled just like that, the wizard tribe would really become a joke in the primordial world. It's fine. Ancestral wizard can send me to the human race. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said, but he did not want to go to the Pangu Palace. He knew his own situation very well. Although it was indeed serious, it was still under his control. It was not as serious as Dijiang thought. After the battle just now, I've gained some enlightenment, and am about to make another breakthrough. This injury is nothing. What's more, Her Highness Nuwa is always paying attention to the human race. Even if I can't suppress my injuries, with Her Highness around, there won't be any problems. These injuries are nothing in front of Her Highness. Seeing that Dijiang still wanted to say something, Feng Zichen interrupted him without waiting for him to speak. What you said makes sense. Fellow Taoist Nuwa achieved the Tao through creation. Her achievements in the Tao of creation are unparalleled in the untainted land. You are indeed more suitable in his eyes than in my witch tribe. Even Dijiang had to admit that Nuwa was powerful. He had already seen the mysteries of the path of creation from Hutu. Presumably, Nuwa, who had a deeper understanding of the creation Tao than Hutu, would be more powerful. If that's the case, I'll be sending you back to the human race. As he spoke, Dijiang waved his hand, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. When Feng Zichen looked again, he found that they had already arrived outside the human ancestral temple. Looking at the human ancestral temple in front of him, Feng Zichen was speechless for a moment. He had long heard that Dijiang was the fastest in the untainted land. Today he had seen it for himself. If it were him, it would take at least a few years for him to return to the human race. However, Dijiang only used a breath to bring him back to the human race. The gap was really big. Moreover, what was even more surprising was that the enchantment that Nuwa had set up above the human territory was useless in front of Dijiang. Just like that, he brought Feng Zichen across the void and walked in without causing the slightest ripple. This meant that as long as Dijiang wanted to, he could destroy the entire human race in an instant. Even Nuwa couldn't stop him in time. The Space Dominator was really terrifying. Fellow Taoist's divine ability is really enviable. After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said with slight envy. He had once deduced the great Tao of time and space with Zhouxing. Therefore, the divine ability that Dijiang was displaying at this moment was what he was working hard to pursue. The method that he had dreamed of had become reality for someone else. How could he not be envious? Haha. This is just a small trick. It's really nothing. When your cultivation takes a step further, you will naturally understand. Seeing the envy in Feng Zichen's eyes, Dijiang said with a smile. Manipulating space was just an instinct for Dijiang. It was as simple as eating and drinking. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't understand the frustration of an outsider comprehending the Tao of space. Fellow Taoist, do you want to go to the human ancestral temple? Pointing at the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen invited him. No, the witch clan still has important matters waiting for me to deal with. I won't be here and disturb your recovery. Shaking his head, Dijiang refused. In the human ancestral temple, Nuwa was enshrined. If Dijiang went in, he would inevitably meet Nuwa, which would be awkward. After all, Nuwa's brother was the great enemy of the witch clan, Emperor Shi, one of the 3 emperors of the demon clan Fushi. Not long ago, the witch clan almost killed him. It could be seen that the relationship between the witch clan and Nuwa was not very friendly. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, and make things difficult for Feng Zichen, Dijiang didn't plan to go in. Also, if you need anything in the future, just ask the witch clan, or let the clansmen do it. Don't be afraid of trouble. After all, we are a family. If we continue to be polite, it will seem distant. Dijiang, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and said to Feng Zichen. As a wizard recognized by Pangu, Feng Zichen had power second only to the ancestral wizard in the witch clan. Dijiang said. This was the treatment he deserved. Zichen understands. Nodding, Feng Zichen indicated that he understood. At this point, he was already involved with the witch clan, so he didn't need to care about such a small matter. If he didn't use the power, it would be invalid. Feng Zichen was naturally stingy with the power in his hands. Since you understand, I'll take my leave. Seeing Feng Zichen nod, Dijiang left. After Dijiang left, Feng Zichen mobilized the Dharma power that he had just recovered and moved into the Chaos Bead. The Chaos Bead was in the center of the Human Emperor's seal. To put it bluntly, although the Human Emperor's seal was called the Human Emperor's seal, it was actually the Chaos Bead. It was just a layer of clothing for the Chaos Bead. This clothing was made with Panga's finger bone as the main component, and the power of the human Tao as the supplement. It was equivalent to a protective layer that completely protected the Chaos Bead, so that it would not be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. This was also the reason why the 10,000 spirit crown could represent the human Tao, and become a treasure of the human Tao while the Human Emperor's seal could not. In fact, the Human Emperor's seal, a human Tao treasure, was a completely fake and inferior product. If not for Panga's finger bone, the human Tao would not recognize its identity as a human Tao treasure no matter what. Chapter 294. The refining of the Human Emperor's seal was said to be the result of Feng Zichen's hard work, but in fact, it was thanks to Pangu. Otherwise, without the enhancement of Panga's finger bone, would people still help Feng Zichen refine the Emperor's seal? Did he really think that humanity belonged to him, and that he could borrow its power whenever he wanted to? What a dream! After becoming a Khanate cardinal treasure, the power of the Chaos Bead had increased tremendously. The chaotic space contained within had become even larger. It was boundless, empty, and desolate. It was completely capable of opening up hundreds of worlds. The laws of the great desolate Aeon inside kept twisting, defying common sense. The concept that belonged to the great desolate era was also blurring. Everything had to be redefined. It was completely different from the primordial world. The essence of this chaotic space was getting closer to the great chaos of the outer realm. It was becoming more and more similar to him. However, these were not the biggest changes to the Chaos Bead. His biggest change was that a deep black hole had appeared in the center of the chaotic space. One could see waves of tyrannical chaotic aura pouring out of the black hole and fusing with the chaotic space. It gradually changed its structure and urged it to move closer to the outer realm. This chaos energy belonged to the chaos energy of the outer realm. From this, it could be seen that the black hole was a passage that led directly to the chaos outside. It was just like the door to the void of end. After passing through this passage, one didn't need to pass through the barrier of the world to reach the outer realm. Similarly, the people of the outer realm could use this passage to bypass the barrier of the world and enter the great desolate land. To the primordial world, this was an extremely terrifying thing. It would cause unimaginable consequences. The world barrier was the greatest protection that Pangu had left for the primordial world. In addition to blocking the invasion of the great chaos outside the realm, he also had another important task, and that was to stop the invasion of the chaos fiend gods. Because of the barrier of heaven and earth, those chaos demon gods who were lucky enough to survive Panga's attack could not set foot in untainted land, even if they had unimaginable strength. He could not cause any harm to the primordial world, and cause it to return to the chaos to achieve his goal of taking revenge on Pangu. But now, there was a passageway inside the Chaos Bead that allowed the Chaos Demon God to bypass the world barrier and come to the primordial world. This was simply too terrifying. If Feng Zichen had evil intentions, or if the Chaos Bead fell into the hands of the Chaos Demonic Celestial, the untainted land would not be far from destruction. It was no wonder that the heavenly Tao would not allow the existence of the Chaos Bead. This was only a Khanate supreme treasure, but it already possessed such powerful abilities. If it was restored to a chaos supreme treasure, how unimaginable would it be? It was likely that he would directly open a channel to the outer realm of chaos in the Great Desolate Realm. He would lead the outer realm of chaos into the Great Desolate Realm and completely destroy the Great Desolate Realm. If Feng Zichen was the heavenly Tao, he could not keep the chaos bead. This was simply a ticking time bomb that could blow up the entire primordial world at any time. This treasure must be destroyed. Tsk. I really didn't expect the chaos bead to have such a function. Isn't this saying that the outer realm of chaos has become my backyard? I can come and go as I wish. After sizing up the chaos channel for a while, Feng Zichen was overjoyed. He was a creature of the chaos. To others, the outer realm of chaos was a dangerous place. But to him, it was a real blessed land. There were opportunities everywhere that could help him attain the Tao. However, the chaos bead had just been promoted to a Khanate supreme treasure, and the chaos space had yet to evolve, causing the channel to be unstable. It was possible to connect to the outer realm of chaos, but it would be difficult to go over. He had to wait until the level of the chaos bead increased a little before the channel could be completely stabilized, and allow Feng Zichen to come and go. However, these problems were not problems in Feng Zichen's eyes. He still had the world tree. Communicating with the endless dimensions was the instinct of the world tree. With the channel in front of him, it was not difficult to connect to the outer realm of chaos. Feng Zichen could follow the world tree to the outer realm of chaos. At that moment, Feng Zichen's mind stirred. The world tree suddenly stretched out a root and directly inserted it into the chaos channel, forcefully expanding it and completely stabilizing it. Let's go. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen's figure moved and directly jumped into the channel, leaving the primordial world. To him, there was nothing that could heal his injuries better than the aura of chaos. That was the mother of all things, the ancestor of heaven and earth, the source of everything. Rumble. The chaos array spread out, and the great Tao divine diagram appeared. The surrounding chaos chi swarmed over, and was all refined by the array. It poured into Feng Zichen's body, allowing him to heal his injuries and transform. Fighting was always the fastest way to improve. Facing the terror of Donghuang Tai, Feng Zichen benefited a lot. He had a new understanding of the great Tao. Although it couldn't raise his realm, it made his foundation deeper. Feng Zichen's cultivation speed was too fast. On the surface, there was no problem at all. However, compared to cultivators of the same realm, in terms of comprehension of the great Tao, he was still lacking some maturity and stability. His foundation seemed a little shallow. When others cultivated to Daoyuo Jingxian, they had experienced millions or even tens of millions of years of accumulation and polishing to reach their current level. Their foundation was naturally deep and more compatible with the great Tao, and these were all lacking by Feng Zichen. For Daoyuo Jingxian, living long enough was also a kind of strength. Just like that, Feng Zichen cultivated in seclusion in the outer realm of chaos to make up for his shortcomings. While Feng Zichen was in seclusion, the changes in the primordial world did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense, as if a storm was coming. After all, the primordial world did not revolve around him alone. On Kunlun Mountain, the conflict between the Jie school and Chan school that had accumulated for many years finally erupted. Even the saints could not help but be affected. Wearing fur and feathers, wet and egg-like. Second brother Yu. In the Jade Void Palace, the Grand Master of Heaven was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and could not say anything. Primordial Beginning, they are your disciple nephews. How can you scold them like this? After a long while, the Grand Master of Heaven finally caught his breath and said angrily, Am I wrong? Letting the disciples of Jie school live in Kunlun Mountain is simply a waste of this holy land. Originally, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning also felt that he had gone overboard, but the Grand Master of Heaven actually pointed at him and called him by his name. This made the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning completely angry, and his words could not help but be even more overboard. Good. The Grand Master of Heaven was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times in a row. Chapter 295. Third brother, listen to second brother's advice. It's better to get rid of your outer sect disciples as soon as possible, so that they won't drag down your cultivation in the future. After a while, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning also felt that he had gone overboard, so he softly advised. To be honest, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning's words were indeed out of consideration for the Grandmaster of Heaven. The disciples of Jia school were all mixed up. There were all kinds of people. In terms of excellence, they were indeed outstanding. However, the character of these disciples needed to be considered. Looking at their methods, one would know that they were all sinister, evil, and extreme. Hearing the name, one would know that it was not a good method. It did not seem like an orthodox sect at all. Instead, it was more like an unorthodox sect. If word got out, it would inevitably affect the reputation of the celestial sect of wonders. Moreover, the disciples of Jia school were taught by the Grandmaster of Heaven and learned their skills. In the future, if any of these disciples committed the sin of killing, the karmic power would definitely mark it down on the prime of Tongtian. Although saints were not tainted by karma and were not afraid of the killing tribulation, the karma would still eliminate their luck and affect their cultivation. Therefore, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning was indeed thinking for the Grandmaster of Heaven, and he was sincere. After all, they were brothers. Seeing the hidden dangers of the Grandmaster of Heaven, how could he not remind him? It was a pity. If the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had not said those words, the Grandmaster of Heaven might have listened. But now he was full of anger. His good impression of the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning had fallen to the bottom. The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning's kind words were extremely ear-piercing to the Grandmaster of Heaven. He felt that every word was targeted at him. He could not help but explode on the spot. The disciples of Chan school are noble, and the disciples of Jia school are lowly. All right, I'll leave. Today, I'll leave this place with my disciples. I won't be an eyesore to you. I'll leave this huge Kunlun mountain to your noble disciples. After saying that, the Grandmaster of Heaven snorted coldly, waved his sleeve fiercely, and turned to leave the Jade Void Palace. You. The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning pointed at the Grandmaster of Heaven, and was speechless for a long time. Big brother, look at third brother. Does he have any rules? I tried to persuade him out of kindness. He can't live. He will regret it in the future. After a long while, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning said to the Grand Pure One after the Grandmaster of Heaven left, Sai, you should also speak less. With third brother's departure today, the relationship between us three brothers has been ruined. However, it's good that third brother has left. There are many disciples of Jia school, and most of them are active people. If he stays on Kunlun Mountain, he will cause trouble sooner or later. Now that they're gone, they won't be restrained. Perhaps they can be more at ease and return peace to Kunlun Mountain. After a moment of silence, the Grand Pure One sighed. They were brothers who had been together since they were born, and had never been separated. Today, however, they had fallen out. If they had to go their separate ways, why bother? Most of the disciples of the Jia sect have yet to be eliminated. Although they have some background, they won't last long. They will definitely cause trouble in the future. Just wait and see. The heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, who wanted to continue, could not help but change the topic when he saw the Grand Pure One's increasingly ugly expression. All right, let's not talk about third brother. In the future, only Big Brother and I will be left in Kunlun Mountain. Big Brother, you can stay for as long as you want. I won't ask. Hearing that, the Grand Pure One's expression froze. What did the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning mean? He could stay for as long as he wanted. Did he really think that he was the owner of Kunlun Mountain? With that thought in mind, the Grand Pure One, who was already unhappy, became even more unhappy. His old face was completely sullen. At that moment, he flung his sleeve and said unhappily, Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, Sect Master of Chan School, Master of Kunlun Mountain. How impressive. Poor Wei is unlucky. I can't accept your courtesy. I'll leave Kunlun Mountain to you alone. Poor Wei, it's better to find another place. With that, the Grand Pure One left the Jade Void Palace with a cold expression. Big brother. At that moment, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning realized that he had said something wrong. However, at this point, it was over no matter what he said. He could only watch as the Grand Pure One left. Ah, it's good that they're all gone. I'm the only one left. Isn't Kunlun Mountain mine? Haha. After muttering to himself, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning suddenly laughed. The laughter was very loud. However, there was no joy. There was only endless sadness and indescribable sadness. The friendship that had been accumulated over countless years had been thought that they would support each other forever. However, today there was a crack and they could never go back. Just feeling uncomfortable was not enough to describe the feelings of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Master, are you really leaving? In the Shangqing Hall, Xianqing looked at the absent-minded Grandmaster of Heaven and asked softly, "Ah, this is the will of the heavens. I have no choice but to leave." The Grandmaster of Heaven sighed and said in an inexplicable tone, "The three pure ones, the true lineage of Pangu, the direct lineage of the celestial sect of wonders, the saints of heaven and earth. They had enjoyed all the glory of the primordial world. They were the most honorable and powerful existences in the world. Were they really unable to resolve the conflict between their disciples? Would they really be swayed by their emotions? Could the Grandmaster of Heaven really not see that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was doing this for his own good? Would the heavenly lord of primordial beginning really say something wrong? Why didn't the Grand Pure One stop the two of them when they were quarreling? This sentence revealed the helplessness in the hearts of the three pure ones. While becoming a saint and being respected by heaven and earth, they had also completely lost their freedom. They were destined to not be able to escape the control of the heavenly Tao and be controlled by it. They were unable to resist. If the heavenly Tao separated the three pure ones, what could they do? This was also the only thing that could restrict the saints in the primordial world. Otherwise, this world would have developed according to the will of the saints. Facing the saints, primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian might be able to fight them. However, facing the saints who controlled the power of the heavenly Tao, in the primordial world, other than the saints, no one could contend against them. The stronger they were, the heavier the shackles on their bodies. The greater the restrictions they faced, the greater the price they had to pay for acting recklessly. This was the principle of the primordial world. The principle set by the heavenly Tao could not be violated. Not even the saints. The three pure ones were too powerful. 3 saints, and 3 saints with connate cardinal treasures. This force was too strong, beyond imagination. Facing such a powerful force, even the heavenly Tao would be afraid and increase the restrictions on them. Their power was bound to be weakened. It was because he saw this point that such a scene played out on Kunlun Mountain today. That's right, everything that happened today was directed and acted by the 3 pure ones. Even if the 2 sects fought, it was also the result of the 2 saints' indulgence. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.